Welcome to TSK F1. Here we are with the afternoon session of F1 testing from day one in Bahrain. We've got a green light and we're ready to go as I put my glasses on and spread about the world that we are indeed live and ready to go. How we doing? Did we watch this morning's stream? How did you enjoy it? Did you watch the testing this morning? How you doing, Jack? Did you watch the testing this morning, guys? I'm just sharing the stream far and wide to try and get people to join us here on the live. So let me come and join me. And let us... How are we doing, guys? We're just waiting on people coming back to track. Now, the Alpine is in a massive state of undress. They're doing something to do with the brakes. They're still putting the calipers on the front brakes. All of the engine covers are off on the front end. And they are doing something into... They're doing something in front of the right-hand side side pod. They're working furiously on that Alpine, though, to get it sort of running and ready. So we're just waiting basically for it to start. I don't think anyone is on track yet, so we're just waiting on that. Let me just refresh my live timings and everything like that, and see what we've got going on. How you doing, Liam? I mean, this is saying it's live, so we'll see. We'll see. It's 30 degrees over in Bahrain right now. I think we've got a green light. I think we do have a green light in the pit lane. So we'll leave the timing. We'll wait until someone sets a lap time. I'm not seeing anyone on the track. Where can I find the link to the F1 Fantasy? If you can hang around just a couple of minutes, Liam, I will put it as a pinned comment in the chat. So if you just give me a moment, I will put that as a pinned comment in the chat. Just give me a second. And there you go, mate. There you go. We'll pin that to the chat. How are we doing, guys? How are we doing? We're just waiting on some action. We have the front end off the Aston Martin as well. This is all learning, right? Every moment they're on track, they're learning things. Everything is about data. Everything, they're learning different things about every single millimeter of that car. There's sensors galore all over it, hundreds of sensors learning about like heat and airflow and all sorts of stuff everywhere, all over the cars, and because of that, they'll be changing things. Maybe you see the front end off all the cars nearly. They're probably having to change over the discs and the brake pads and all sorts like that because, of course, this morning they did more than a race distance, most of them. So they've got that going on. So I'm just going to make a post. I'm just trying to get people to come and join the watch along here. Let me just get sorted. How you doing, Lewis? Good afternoon. Let this work, and good afternoon, everyone. Copy that. Yes, it was successful, and I felt rude because I bumped into a friend as well because I went to fill up my car as well because I've got to pick up my daughter straight after this stream and I ain't got enough petrol to get through to where she goes to school. So I had to fill up my car, and then one of my friends was at the petrol station, so I was like, "Hello, I've got to go." um, but there we are. Good afternoon, everyone. Now, they did do a rundown of who is in what car this afternoon. I understand the Aston Martin drivers have swapped around. The Williams drivers have swapped around. I'm not entirely sure. I'm not going to lie. But we're seeing the front end of the AlphaTauri getting put back on as well. My lord. Just listening, Franz Tost, the AlphaTauri boss, said he took Christmas Day off for the first time this year because no one was at work, so he couldn't send emails to anyone anyway. Mad. How you doing, Prime? So no one's out on track yet. The session is live. We're just waiting. A couple of marshals watching the coverage on their phones. They're putting. What are these things that are on? Are they just cooling things on the front end of the Williams? Is that what is that? I don't even know what they are. Are they angle adjustment things? There's an engineer on or a mechanic on the front end of the Williams on the front wing, and there's like some high vis yellow things on the front wing. I don't know what it is or what they're for, but he seemed to be setting the angle on them. I don't know whether they're going to be sensors pointing back towards the car, or we'll see if they remain on the car. There's two on either side. Nice one, Liam. Welcome, dude. Welcome. Thanks for joining. How many members are we up to in the F1 Fantasy League? Yeah, Sargent getting his gear on, and that's Ocon now into the Alpine as well, ready to go as well. Making their adjustments. Yeah, I think all the teams maybe changed front brake discs and pads because they're made to do a race distance, and basically all of the cars did more than a race distance, didn't they? Pre-lunch, so they're probably just changing everything over for the afternoon session. And I only say that because you saw all the cowlings going back over the brake calipers and discs and everything like that. Please do make sure you're hitting that like button, guys, on the stream. On mobile, you do have to close the stream down and hit the like button. Just hearing from Franz Tost. One moment. So, Franz Tost sharing on Christmas Day, he was working on the Orlan contract for the sponsorship. Christmas Day is for the Bambinos and the retired people. My lord. Lewis Hamilton has his overalls on, so I guess he's taking over from George this afternoon. He seems to be he's either chewing gum or he's having a bite to eat at the back of the garage there. I guess he's chewing gum or something. High hopes for Alonso. Personally, yes, I'm an Alonso fan, so I'm hoping he can deliver. Really hoping he can deliver. Verstappen staying in the Red Bull all day. Yep, he is. AlphaTauri. I was saying this yesterday. AlphaTauri are just one of those teams. Like, you look at the teams on the grid, right? And probably along with Haas, AlphaTauri are in this bubble of I expect nothing. Like, I expect nothing. And I don't know how, and I'm not being harsh, but AlphaTauri, along with Haas, I just look at the I don't mean it as like a bad thing, but I look at them and I'm like, kind of like Alfa Romeo, but I expect a little bit from Alfa Romeo. But, like, okay, Red Bull, Ferrari, Ferrari, and then we've got Williams. I'm just going down the order of what we've got on the grid at the minute. Everyone holds, well, most people that I know hold Williams in this sort of regard of we hope that they can, do something. Alfa Romeo, not quite in the same category, but moving forward as they progress into the Audi partnership. Mercedes are Mercedes. You're just thinking they're going to be up towards the front. Haas, I never expect anything from them. Aston Martin, I'm expecting to take a step, and you can see they're doing things with the factory and their recruitment. You can see Aston Martin doing things. AlphaTauri, I never look at them and think this could be their season ever. I never think they're going to make a step. Alpine, there's a lot of rumours around the paddock that they really have made a step. And McLaren, I think a lot of people look at McLaren in the same way, sort of, that they look at Williams. Like, it'd be good to see McLaren back up there really fighting for it. And does anyone else share that opinion? Is that a bad take? I don't know. But we are seeing a car going out. What is it? It's a Red Bull. So it's Max Verstappen out onto the track, which is great to see. Let me just refresh the track map, and hopefully we will see. Yeah, there we go. The track map has updated, and I think let's just check that these sectors will update for Verstappen, or I might need to. Refresh the live timing as well. I think it's fine though. It does say session finish still on the top of it, which is a bit curious. I don't know. I'm going to refresh it and just see what's going on. I think that's done it. I think that's refreshed it. I think. We'll see. We'll see in a minute, won't we? I'm a McLaren fan, and always and forever, I always expect more than can manage, but this year I'll be amazed if they can get third or fourth. I think they're going to have the work cut out, mate. Obviously we don't know everything at this point. We don't know very much at all at this point. But I just have a feeling that McLaren aren't where they should be. We're hearing about the potential, maybe not up to their level, but we're hearing about the potential of Williams taking a step, Aston taking a step, Alpine taking a big step, apparently. And we're hearing the exact opposite out of McLaren, which I hope it's not true. I think McLaren, they're an institute or whatever. They're ever present within Formula One, and I'd really like to see McLaren back up there as a Formula One fan. But there's something so far in the pre-season and into testing that I'm just a little bit like, I don't see it. I don't see it, and that's unfortunate. I think I said Williams were to be my my surprise this season in my pre-season predictions, and I'm sticking with that. Um, but we do see we've got Verstappen out on track right now. I haven't spotted any flow viz. Has anyone else on that car? It's looking fairly clean. Maybe he's just doing the afternoon sort of install laps, making sure everything is all right, because he'll have no doubt had new brakes and probably adjusted some settings. They'll have had a lunchtime debrief and stuff like that as well. And he'll be continuing. What tyres? He has mediums on, maybe? I'm not sure what he has on. I'm waiting for the oh, he's gone straight into the pits. So I think he was just doing an after lunch install lap, just, little shakedown, making sure all the bolts are tightened down and everything's all good. Do you think IndyCar, Formula E, and the new electric Jeep thingy teams they have are impacting their F1 advances? Do you think IndyCar, Formula E, and the new electric Jeep thingy teams McLaren? No. Honestly, I don't think so. Honestly, I think it's much like Ferrari, to be honest. I think it's to do with cost cap stuff. Ferrari did similar with their WEC stuff, and I think that McLaren have always done that, right? McLaren have always prided themselves in being a multi-discipline racing team, And I think with the cost cap introduction in Formula One, it's made that a bit easier because they always had that resource, and maybe they've moved it over to Indy or to is it the Extreme E or whatever it's called you're on about, and Formula E. And Ferrari did similar move into hypercar stuff, as we see the Alpha Tauri, which has De Vries at the wheel. The first sighting of De Vries was seeing the Alpha Tauri with flow viz from the nose down to the midpoint of the side pod on the left-hand side. So, no, I think it's just a repositioning of staff, if anything, Prime Smite. They will have taken people from one place and put them in another so they remain employed. But no, I don't think it'll have harmed their Formula One activities. They're essentially different teams within the same name. Pretty much, Jamie, yeah. They come under that umbrella, but yes, basically. And, the cost cap within Formula One has kind of made it better for other categories, right? Because had the cost cap not come in, would Ferrari be looking at doing a hypercar for WEC? Would McLaren be involved in IndyCar as much, or Extreme E, or Formula E? Who knows? I don't, but it's a thought, So we're looking at the Alpha Tauri there, and I can say straight away, their front wing is just a different idea to like the Alpine. It's very flat across. It's high, but it's very flat across the width of it. And now, no porpoising there from no porpoising there. I don't think is this updating. Is the live timing updating? Oh yeah, it is. De Vries there. There we go. Super interesting. Now, guys, please do make sure you're hitting that like button, and if you are new to the channel, please hit that subscribe button. It helps lots and lots, and get involved with the chat. The more you guys are involved with the chat, the more this channel will grow, and it's something I'm working really, really hard on growing. So if you're into your Formula One content and you like independent news, then please do get involved. If it wasn't for the testing going on, I do a show every Monday to Friday, 9 AM, the TSK F1 news show, and also I'll be doing watch-alongs for the races and qualifying throughout the season. So if that's your kind of thing, please do hit that subscribe button, because I think there's an audience for it. Honestly, I know there are other F1 creators, but I think it could be cool to have you guys along. So we're just seeing De Vries coming around to the end of his lap now. He has in fact nearly finished the lap. He's on used mediums apparently, and he sets a 1:39. But this is literally his first sort of quote unquote quick lap. Just to the left and the right of the halo on either side, it's got the AlphaTauri has got like, oh, I don't know, like bull horns almost. They're just little winglets that come up out of the side of the halo, the rear of the halo, and it's kind of like it's trying to just condition that air along the top of the side pod, and just just an interesting thing. I don't think I've noticed that on other cars. Prime saying, when Zach Brown first took over McLaren, he was there week in, week out, but since they jumped into other disciplines, I've seen McLaren stagnate in other progression. That was... I don't think that was ever the long-term intent, though, to be honest, Prime. So, I don't think it's the intent for Zach Brown to be that guy, you know. He's like the McLaren Group boss, and then each team has a boss, you know. I mean, obviously, if you're a McLaren fan and you feel like they're stagnating, yeah. But I don't think it was ever the long-term plan for Zach Brown to be that guy. He is the boss, but as we see the Ferrari with its rearward aero rakes on board, measuring the aero, and also, curiously, it's got two sort of pitot sensors stuck right up out of the top of the rear wing as well, measuring air up there and what the wake is doing above the car, which is interesting. I've not seen that. British Bricky, been a while since I watched your streams. Merc have got to be sandbagging, surely. I don't believe that. I had a discussion about sandbagging, mate. And, okay, before I say any more, my opinion, my definition of sandbagging is purposefully hiding performance, right? Purposefully hiding performance, saying, we know we're really fast, we're going to go slow on purpose, right? To me, that's sandbagging. To me, sandbagging isn't methodically going through an engineering process at lower than optimal speeds, just following the process, the prescribed process. So I don't believe sandbagging is particularly a thing unless a team immediately goes to track a la Brawn back in the day and goes, oh my God, but alarm bells go off immediately. I don't think Merc are sandbagging. I think they're going through a very prescribed method of engineering and design and what the aerodynamics people want. And they have to conform to fairly strict parameters to be able to get that data, right? So I don't believe so. The engines are at most 75% turned up. Yeah, there's so many factors, isn't there? Fuel loads, aero settings. You know, there's just so many things that it's countering. It's countering. Now, the only time, right? I've said this. This is my opinion. And if you want to think sandbagging is a thing, that's fine. It creates conversation, and I'm not saying you're wrong. I don't work within Formula One. I just don't believe it's a thing. I think methodical engineering approach is the more likely thing, you know, because we know from Mercedes in years gone, they don't go out there and set a blistering time. That's not what they're about. They go out there and follow the data and what they want to do, you know. You know, but if people, you know, I'm not saying anyone's wrong. All of this creates conversation, so I'm all for it. But you know, it's just interesting. Now we're seeing Logan Sargent for the first time. Williams do look good. I will say that. Now the thing I do take notice of in testing is mileage, and Williams had the most miles. Simple as that in the morning session, and were third with Albon. So whether it's representative of pace or not, they were like third, showing there is something there, and they did mile after mile, and I think mileage is always a good thing in testing, because that just means more data to work with. And I don't think it's any coincidence who their boss now is from Mercedes, Vowles, because Mercedes have always been a team to put in, just pound out the miles, and it doesn't surprise me that Williams are doing the same. Honestly. Are they running a Merc power unit? Yes, Williams is still Mercedes, I think. A bit of news that I can't, off the top of my head, I can't verify the news, but a bit of the news that I did see this morning, and I really didn't look deep into it. Apparently, Zach Brown has visited the Red Bull factory in the last few days about the potential of Red Bull powertrains, Red Bull Ford powertrains, I think, being a thing for McLaren 2026 onwards, which is very interesting indeed. And I don't think it's out of the realms of possibility. McLaren have approached Honda. Why wouldn't McLaren approach Red Bull Ford? You know, so why wouldn't they get in touch with them? I don't know the truth of it. Again, I didn't look in any depth at the article. I was too busy getting set up for the watch along. Has anyone else seen that? It'll be interesting. You know, it's interesting. Am I still the only one that's liked the stream, still showing 1 like on my phone? No, we've got 11 likes. Please do hit that like button. Smash a like on the stream. If you're on mobile, I think you have to close chat. Hit the like button, and then you can come back in chat. And also make sure you're hitting that subscribe button in the lower right-hand corner. Guys, if you are new to the stream, welcome. My name's Rich, and this is TSKF1. I'm live every morning with the latest F1 news, and I'm going to be covering as much as I can for you guys. This is the most I'm probably going to be able to do watch along for the testing, because it's super awkward times for me. But watch alongs for the races are coming up. I'd love to be able to do watch alongs for the practice sessions, but I'd love you guys to come along for that. Do you still have pit lanes? Yep, live every day on Twitch with that, British Brookie. Every day on Twitch. This is just another project. Content creator, you've got to have all the plates spinning, mate. This is just another project, but pit lanes live every day. I'm not live today because, I'll be honest, I wanted to watch the F1 testing just like you guys, and I wanted to be involved in it. So I'm watching the F1 testing today. I'm going to be with you for about another 2 hours of this session. Yeah, I had to leave. Facebook, mate. It's dying a death. But welcome everyone. I see there's 54 people. Please do get involved with our F1 Fantasy League. It's absolutely free. It's available on iOS and Android. It's the pinned comment. Do get involved. So who's out on track right now? We've got Verstappen and Hamilton and Norris pounding round right now. Verstappen is out on some used medium tyres. Ocon is out on some used hard tyres. Norris used mediums. And where's Hamilton? He's on some used mediums also. Hamilton's car looks to be without any Flovis or aero rakes. I'm not seeing any Flovis. Good afternoon, Rob. How are you doing? I'm not seeing anything like that on the Mercedes right now. Can anyone else spot anything on it? I think it's a clean-looking car. Oh, big oversteer moment into the final corner there for Hamilton. No sensors on top of the wheel. I've noted that they had those sensors on top of the steering wheel. They're now gone as Hamilton sets his first time of pre-season testing. Yeah, it's pretty nice, isn't it, Dan? Liam saying, I'm intrigued to see how well Piastri does next week. Alpine look promising apparently too. So on those two things, if anyone saw our pre-season prediction video on YouTube, it's available on the channel. Please do go have a look. It's me, Harry, and John giving our pre-season predictions. Biggest flop, most improved, biggest surprise, Constructors' Champ and Drivers' Champ. Well worth a watch. I think it entertained lots of people. we were on about sort of Piastri, and I said I think is a generational talent. I really do think Piastri is a very special driver. You'll have to watch the video. You'll have to watch the video to find out what else was said. But Alpine apparently have got one of, if not the lightest car on the grid, which really matters this season. It mattered last season. It always matters. But apparently Alpine have got an extremely light vehicle this year. And when we think about that, it impacts so many things. It impacts, aerodynamic load. It impacts tyre usage, fuel usage, tyre life, handling, acceleration, deceleration, absolutely everything. So there is a lot of talk that Alpine have taken a really big step, but will it be a big enough step to break into the top three, the big three? I'm not so sure about that. You can't join the F1 Fantasy Link off mobile. What do you mean? What's wrong? I think some people have been having trouble with it for some reason. I'm not sure why. But welcome to everyone. Please do smash a like on the stream. It really, really helps. Yeah, I'm really happy to see F1 cars going around again. What do we think to the layout, guys? I think it gives you all the information you need. You've got the times, you've got the track map there and where they are on track. Obviously, with it being Formula One, I can't actually show you any sort of moving images of Formula One because they are copyrighted tighter than anything in the world. But if you find something on Twitter, maybe, or something like that, tweet at the Sausage Curb. And I'm monitoring it and I've got it up. If there's something that interests you, tweet at the Sausage Curb and I can show it on the stream as well. If there's anything particularly interesting that pops up, please do share. Hearing off Gasly now, just a moment. Just talking about how it's been a long winter. Just talking about the off-season, really. I just want to hear about this year's car. I'll feed it back to you guys, what he says. They're asking him about this year's car, how it felt. Felt great. Everyone's excited. In 60 laps in these conditions, you don't know because of fuel loads and stuff. He felt comfortable. He could spot straight away strengths and weaknesses of the car. It was a productive morning. I mean, I think that shows. I think that shows that even with 60 laps, they're learning a lot, right? That even with 60 laps worth of running, there's so much to learn, right? They're asking him to elaborate on strengths and weaknesses. It's just saying tight-lipped. He had a grin on his face and he's saying there's no issues, but just areas they can improve. Which is good for a team. I've got a little bit of a soft spot for Alpine. I never make a secret of that. So I want them to do well. My big thing this season, I'm an Alonso fan. I want to see them do. I want to see Aston do well this season. Any update on how Stroll is? I haven't heard anything specific about Stroll, honestly. But I did hear them talking about who would you put in the car. Now this is a question, right? Who would I'll put a poll to this, right? We're playing a hypothetical here, right? A hypothetical here. If Stroll is out, who for race? Drugovic or Van Dorn? Okay, so there you go. If Stroll is out for the race, who would you put in it? Drugovic or Van Dorn? I'd love to know your opinion on that. And I'll give you my reason in like 5 minutes. We'll have a look, but get your votes in there, guys. Sai saying, do you think Merc is sandbagging again? I don't think Merc have ever sandbagged, and I don't think they're sandbagging now. I think they go through a methodical engineering approach at what they're doing with what they need to learn and what they need to test. I've never thought sandbagging was a thing, quite honestly, Sai. But I understand that that is an opinion-based thing for most of us, and a lot of people do think sandbagging is a thing. I think Mercedes have shown, even through their dominance, that they never really went for it, though we are seeing what looks like Hamilton with a bit of pace, though he is 4 seconds off in the middle sector. We've seen Mercedes time after time not light up the timing sheets in pre-season, and I think that is because, much like every other team, they're very data-driven, and I don't think it's about pace. Well, it isn't about pace now, and I think they're about getting the data and learning and understanding, and they, as much as any other team, but a lot this season, they'll be wanting to understand if they fix their issues of last season, right? So, no, I don't think they're sandbagging. I think they're going through a very prescribed way of figuring out what their car's doing and what might be wrong, what's right. Figuring out a baseline balance even, and that's where we're at. Is the W14 bouncing? Nowhere near as much as the W13. There's a little bit. The Ferrari seems to be bouncing more than any other car, if you can call it bouncing. But again, it wasn't even that bad. But no, compared to what we saw last year, I would say none of the cars are bouncing. But because we're looking for it now, we can see it, you know. There was a little bit of low-frequency bouncing with George Russell earlier, and it wasn't violent. It wasn't, you know, like we saw last year. It was, you know, it was a low-frequency bouncing if we saw it. The Ferrari at sometimes looked quite violent, but it looked to me in session one, it looked to me like they were testing different things, and they were experimenting with envelopes of performance and saying, what if we do this? How's the car going to react? And then once it bounced really quite violently, and then the next run, it didn't. So I think they were trying to just find that balance, and I think that's what a lot of the teams are doing. British Bricky, when's the first race? Next week. And we'll be live with watch-alongs for that. Do you think Merc is playing hide and seek? Do you mean like sandbagging, Jordan? Is that what you mean? I don't think Merc is sandbagging. I don't think Merc is sandbagging. I don't think there's any of that going on. I truly don't. Please do smash a like on the video, guys. It really helps so much. Small creator really trying to make an impression on the F1 space on YouTube with watch-alongs, tons of content. If you go and have a look, I'm live every morning at 9 a.m. with the latest F1 news as well. So please help support the channel by smashing a like, subscribing. Get subscribed to the channel, because once we get over 1,000 subscribers, we're also partnered on YouTube. So hit the like, subscribe if you're into your F1 content every day. Matt saying, I know the Merc is not at full speed, but it seems very stable at the minute. Yes, it does. Not F1 related, but that Civic BTCC car looks amazing, stunning. It does, it really does. As did, is it Jake Hill's Laser Tools BMW? Am I right on that? I think, but it looks a very nice British touring car. As we're on board with Bottas, huge moment there for Bottas in the same place that Carlos Sainz was having issues this morning. I think it's turn 6, in between turn 6 and 7. Huge oversteer moment for Bottas there. I don't think he left the racing surface, but he put a full arm load of opposite lock on it. Has anyone seen his helmet? It's brilliant. Oh, there's all kinds of issues going on at McLaren apparently. One moment. You know the wheel brow thing that goes over the front wheel? McLaren are having issues with that moving apparently. Sai saying, do you think we will be getting much awaited three-way title fight, Merc, Ferrari, Red Bull? It's a tough one. It's near impossible to answer that right now. I'd like to see it as a Formula One fan. I'd love to see that. I want to see as many teams as possible in the fight. I want to see as many teams as possible in the fight. Whoever the teams are, you could say to me, do you think we're going to see Haas, Aston Martin, Williams, and McLaren fighting for the title? If we've got that many teams fighting for the title, I want to see it. That's what I want from Formula One. I don't care who. Just to sort of lay it out there, I am an Alonso fan, but I'm a Formula One fan above everything, and I just want to see amazing races and an amazing championship, you know? Jordan, can Hamilton beat Russell this year? Yes, he's a better driver. I absolutely love George Russell, but Hamilton is Hamilton. He's just better. Lewis, I think it was a mistake from inexperience for Norris to sign such a long-term Macca deal. Maybe, Lewis. Interesting. Will Aston be in fourth fastest car? Oh, interesting. Interesting. Racing Central, is this breaking news? Ferrari just fired its head of strategy. What, literally now? Have they just done this? Have they done it while testing's happening so it goes under the radar? Wow, that's crazy. That is crazy. Crazy paving. Quick lap time feedback on all cars. It's difficult because we've only just started the afternoon session and no one has put in anything useful so far this afternoon. Magnussen with the fastest time of the afternoon, but it's still 3.2 seconds off Verstappen's time of this morning. But of the afternoon runners, nobody has broken into the top 10 yet because it's their first laps of the season. But we'll go for it so far today. Actually, Verstappen obviously is up front because he's doing the afternoon as well. But we've got Verstappen, Sainz, Albon, Zhou, Russell, Hülkenberg, Drugovich, Tsunoda, Gasly, Piastri, Magnussen, Norris, Bottas, Hamilton, De Vries, Ocon, Leclerc, Sargent, and Alonso. Just saw. That's mad. Do you think Alonso can win a race this season? Do I... Okay, I suppose that's a bit of a multifaceted question, David. Do I think Alonso can win a race? Yes. Alonso is a proven winner. Could he win a race now with the correct equipment? Yes. Without hesitation, could Alonso win a race? Yes. Can Alonso win a race in an Aston Martin? I think it would be fantastic to see. I'm doubtful, though. I'm very doubtful, and it's not good to see Alonso currently out of the car either, as we see a huge oversteer moment for De Vries into turn 10, which is that decreasing radius downhill corner into turn 10. They got a new strategist, an Indian, I think. Oh, I didn't know anything about that. I've been live with this, so I didn't know about that at all. British Bricky, I'm pleased they got rid of Binotto. I think I'm in a bit of a minority with the whole Binotto thing, and I understand people might not agree with me. But generally, I felt that since he came into control of Ferrari were on an upward trajectory, right? And I feel like he probably should have had this season. And again, I know people will disagree with me. I feel like he could have had the off-season to look at the issues of last season, and we know it was strategy, and we know mistakes were made, but the car was on a trajectory, right? And I think I'm one of the few that thinks Binotto should have maybe had this season too. And if those mistakes continued, fine. But I feel like if he had the off season, he might have been able to address those issues, really dissect what had been happening, and maybe put into force different things for this season. But it's all about opinions, right? It's all about opinions, right? That's you know, I realise a lot of people disagree with me, and that's fine. Do you think the Mercedes can be dominant this season? Can they? Yes. Yes, there's no reason why not. I don't think they will be. You can see the pre-season predictions I gave on the channel. We did a video last week giving our pre-season, well, our season predictions, and it was before pre-season. So if you watch it now, we didn't know any of what happens today, right? So do go and check it out, though. It's a great video. An overview of the Alfa Romeo. What do you mean? What do you mean, an overview of the Alfa Romeo? Will Magnussen outscore Hülkenberg? I think so. I think so. We did a poll on that this morning, and it was very one-sided. It was something like 90% of people think Magnussen's going to outscore Hülkenberg. Perez isn't in the car until tomorrow afternoon, Quinn. We've got they're the only team doing it, but Verstappen is in the car all day today and for the morning session tomorrow. Then Checo takes over from this session tomorrow until the end of testing on Saturday. So there you go. Perez in the car tomorrow afternoon, basically. Sai saying top speed of Verstappen and Sainz in speed trap is 291 kilometers per hour, whereas top speed of Lewis and Charles is around 280. This means they're slower on engine mode right now? It doesn't really mean anything right now, Sai. It's good data to have, but it doesn't really mean anything right now. They may be running higher downforce. They might be have their engine turned down. They might be under instruction not to hit top speed. They might be under instruction they might be on heavier fuel. It's impossible to say. It's impossible to say. I couldn't answer that question. We can't say. Liam says, I hope Hülkenberg doesn't score a single point. Haha, karma for Mick. Hashtag karma for Mick. Can Hamilton win his 8th championship? Yes, he certainly can, Vinay. Will he? Don't know. Do you think that Piastri can be close to Norris? Yeah. Yeah, I do. I think Piastri is a very, very special driver. I think he's a very, very special driver. As we see Charles Leclerc into turn 1 there, we're not seeing any particularly fast times this afternoon so far, but these drivers will be acquiring their own baseline and getting used to their cars and so on and so forth. How's the Alfa Romeo car performance? Alfa Romeo were all right this morning. They didn't seem bad at all this morning. Zhou put in quite a few laps. He put in 67 laps this morning, did Zhou? Full fastest time. He had the aero rakes on for a while. I think it was a very, very solid morning for Alfa Romeo. It'd be good to see them move forward. There's no reason why not. I do wonder about the influence that Audi may be having already on that team. I don't know. I mean, Andreas Seidel's gone there, right, from McLaren. He's clearly an Audi hire, in my opinion, for down the road. So, you know, it's interesting. It's an interesting thing going on about Alfa Romeo. Lewis saying, if the Strat guy being fired from Ferrari is due to Fred, then that is part of why Binotto was fired, in my opinion. He seemed maybe too nice and not able to make the hard management decisions. Strat was a weakness. It's one of those, though, isn't it? We'll never know, because Fred's been in control a little while now, and if it's only just happened, you know, who's to say what Binotto would have done with his off-season? I do agree, but we don't know what Binotto would have done with the off-season, what his plan was for the off-season. You know, I don't think it was a bad thing to get rid of the strategist either, to be honest. Please do smash a like on the stream, guys, and do hit that subscribe button. We're really close to being partnered here on YouTube. So, yeah, please do hit that subscribe button. As we're seeing Charles Leclerc going down the start-finish straight. I don't think the porpoising or anything. He run a little bit wide on the final corner. Yeah. So I'm going to be with you through to about 2:40 UK time. Unfortunately, I can't be with you through the whole session. I want to be, but I have to go pick up my daughter from school. But I will be with you until the very last moment I'm able to, and I will be back as soon as I can be with more content. So please hit that subscribe button. As we've seen Logan Sargent with a snap of oversteer out of the final corner with no time set yet but he's on a scrub set of mediums. The poll result is interesting. Let's have a look then. We'll talk about that in a moment. Nick De Vries' performance. Any prediction? I think he's a very good driver. I think he'll comfortably outscore. I think he'll comfortably outscore Tsunoda. Personally, I think this season is very important for Tsunoda's career. I think he really has to start delivering points regularly. If the car's anywhere near, if the car is anywhere near points, he needs to start delivering them. I think this season for AlphaTauri. Just watching Logan Sargent there into turn 8, which is the hairpin at the bottom of the hill, and it just had masses of oversteer on entry and exit, and he's got masses of oversteer on exit from turn 10 as well. Flovis all over the front left suspension and brow of the front left wheel as well. Clearly looking at that data. So let's end the poll there for if Stroll is out, who for the race, Drugovich or Van Dorn? And you guys have said Drugovich. 69% of you have said Drugovich, and I agree with that. I would go with Drugovich if Stroll is out for the race next weekend, because you have Drugovich will have the experience of a day and a half testing in the car, and Van Dorn is a great driver. He really is, reigning Formula E champion, and I think he was given a rough deal at McLaren back when he was a driver for them. But I think that you'd go with the person who's got the recency experience, and I'd go for Drugovich myself. Chajinder, shout out. Out! It's a weird request, but there we go. Jorban, who do you think is the best option for Mercedes if LH44 stops F1 career? Oh, well, it's an interesting question. Who do I think is the best option for Mercedes? People won't agree with me here, right? People will not agree with me. But this is what I would do. Right now, who would be available, right? And people won't agree with what I'm about to say. But say in 2 seasons, say Lewis Hamilton retires, I would honestly table this idea. How about George Russell to number 1, Mick Schumacher a known number 2 to George Russell? I think you would have a very fast first driver and a second driver who I think in the right car would do a solid number 2 job. That's probably what I'd look at, honestly. To be fair, if any of the drivers are wearing out due to with bookmakers, then it will be fixed. I don't know what that means, David. I really don't know what that means, mate. Sorry. That's a stupid idea. Why is it stupid, Zoltan? Norris to Mercedes, obviously. Why is that obvious? He's got a long contract with McLaren and loves McLaren. Why is that obvious? I'm not against Norris being at Mercedes, but the problem you've got there is you've got Norris who would want to be number 1, and you've got George who would want to be number 1. So look, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I think Norris is a special driver, but you'll have two drivers who would want to be number 1. So Giothi is getting muted, if that's a thing here, because you're annoying me. I don't know what a timeout means, but there you go. Yeah, they've had it before and they got rid of it, Zoltan. So I don't believe they'd go for it again. I don't think they'd do it again, Zoltan. I really don't think they'd do it again. Because Toto has said how bad it was. So I don't think they'll do it again. I think they'd quite like to have a strong number 2 with a strong number 1, and I think, okay, maybe not Mick, but someone like that. Will Hamilton retire this year? I don't think so. It looks like Verstappen is doing mid-36s. Seems like high fuel race pace. It's impossible to say, really, Rolando. It seems. I don't know yet. To be honest, Rolando. It's hard to say. A strong number 2 in Mick. Yeah, I think that's a fair shout. I think his no, no. Okay, what I mean is, it's impossible to say that he's doing a high fuel race run because he's only done 5 laps on used mediums, so we don't know what he's actually trying to do. Rolando is what I'm saying. We don't know anything about. It's impossible to say because we don't know his fuel load. We don't know his aero settings. We don't know exactly. Well, I don't know how exactly old his tyres are. I just know they were used when he started this run 6 laps ago. He might be doing a race run. He might be on maximal fuel. He might be on a medium amount of fuel. It's. I don't know. I don't have that data, so I can't say. Please do hit that like button. It really, really helps. Thanks for coming along today, guys. Really help that. Third day is Checo. Checo is in from this session tomorrow. You've got Max doing all of today and tomorrow morning, and then tomorrow afternoon and third day, all Checo. As we're just seeing Hamilton leaving the pits on some brand new mediums, I think. So he might be going for a semi-representative time. After watching Mercedes' filming video, felt like the car was a little bit stability issue at the rear and the engine sound was something different than other previous engines. What's your view? No, the engine was heavily turned down, and that is my view on that. The engine, it was, to me, it was very clearly in a rev limited turn down mode for that filming, and it made it sound like it was misfiring, but there was nothing wrong with it. It was just turned right down because it's just a filming day. They're just getting some initial data while they're doing the filming, right? It broke my heart to see Mercedes last season. I hope it's at least challenging for the championship this time. Well, that's part of being a fan, isn't it? It's part of the thing, isn't it, Malcolm? Rolando, they claim the car is second faster than last year, so 36 is. Again, I don't know, Rolando. Don't know. I don't look at times in pre-season testing because it tends to be a little bit redundant, but he is being very consistent right now on his times. I will give you that, as he does another 36. Yeah, probably, Liam. Probably. I'm not saying that you're wrong, Rolando. I just don't look at times for practice, mate. I literally just look at laps done, and that's the thing I'm looking at, which for me, that's the important thing there from Max. He's fast approaching 100 laps when the rest are on the 70s of laps, like on the day, that is. He is doing a staggering amount of laps today, and that's the thing for me. Just got here. What happened to Fernando? I don't know. He's done 2 laps. Now, this morning, Drugovich was in the car, and the Aston Martin suffered an electrical issue, and after like 4 minutes of the session, and that really put the dampeners on how many laps Drugovich was able to complete. He did do some runs with the aero rakes. He did some runs with the Flovis. As I'm watching Lewis start a lap on his new mediums. Sorry. But yeah, maybe Aston Martin has still got a few niggling issues, or maybe Lewis ran massively wide on turn 1 there. Yeah, maybe Fernando went out in the car and wanted some balance changes immediately. He knew he wanted some balance changes. I don't know, mate. I haven't heard anything. I'm talking that much. I've not heard any of the commentary, to be quite honest. Why is Ferrari porpoising? I'm not sure. Honestly, earlier on today with Sainz, there was a horrendous amount of porpoising on one of the runs, but they seem to fix that almost immediately on the next run. So I think they've got some understanding of the porpoising on the Ferrari, because it was one particular run, it was really quite violent, but on the next run, it was nowhere near as bad. So I think they understood, like they made a change, I think, on the Ferrari, and it really was bouncy, and not just porpoising, but generally it looked very, very bouncy over curbs and everything. And then the next run was just as fast for Sainz, but it wasn't doing it. So, if Hamilton is as good as everyone says, why not prove himself and win a championship in a bad car? Look, it's a difficult one to say that, David. Now, one of the things I always say about a driver, just for me, I like to see a driver win a world championship in multiple teams. Like, for me, even if Verstappen wins another title or two, I'd love to see him go to a Ferrari or whoever and win a title there. I like that from a driver. And I can't dispute that Hamilton has done that. You know, I like to see that from a driver, and I think Hamilton is that good. I think he gets a lot of hate. I'm not a Hamilton fan, but I can't disagree with how excellent he has been for the last decade, basically. You know, I can't, has he still got it? I believe so. I believe he's still one of the finest on the grid. I really do. Is Ham bouncing? Not that I've seen. Has anyone seen any porpoising from that Mercedes? I haven't seen any. Which livery was better, W13 or 14? 14 for me is the better looking livery. Please do smash the like button, guys, and make sure you're hitting that subscribe button for all of your F1 content. Please do get involved. Really, really appreciate you hanging out with me today, guys. Very, very much. It means a lot. Thank you very, very much. As we're very close to 750 subs. What are the high fuel lap times for Max and Lewis? We can't know what the high fuel lap times are, mate. It's impossible to say. Like, look, people disagree with me, but nobody knows. Nobody knows. We can say they're on high fuel or low fuel, but nobody knows. As Verstappen actually is in the pits now, he did 9 laps on that run. He's on 93 laps for the day. No, Merc can't sandbagging. I don't think sandbagging's a thing. It's the same with Max Verstappen. If he wins the championship like another 5 times with that dominant Red Bull, he should go to a bad car to prove themselves. Yeah, but I think everyone forgets, David, that Mercedes wasn't the car it turned into when Lewis went there. I think that's really important to point out. That wasn't a championship winning car when Lewis Hamilton got into it. Look, I'm not a Lewis or Mercedes fan, and I know a lot of people haven't watched a ton of my content, but you've got to be honest about the situation. It wasn't like he jumped into that Mercedes and was a world champion immediately in the Mercedes. It wasn't a thing. But yeah, as for the high fuel lap times, you can guess, but we don't know the ultimate pace, so it's hard to say, right? Verstappen wasn't winning the title in a Williams last year, so unless Verstappen and Lewis are on the same team, you won't know. And even if so, Lewis is miles older. True, there is that, Jeremy. Like, at some point, Lewis will fall off. He will fall off at one point. Is it this season? I don't know. I think last season people loved that George was in front of Lewis, but I think last season was a special case. The way I saw last season was, who are you going to give your experimental stuff to? Your relative rookie driver or your 7-time world champion? You're going to give it to your 7-time world champion to get as much detail as you can and feedback. And everyone, including George, including Lewis, including Toto, all admitted that's what happened. So we'll see this season more, probably. Who am I backing to win the World Championship? You've got to watch the video on the channel about that. You've got to watch the video on the channel. I've done a season prediction video on the channel about that. So become a subscriber, and you can do that. You can have a look, and you can see if you disagree with our predictions for this season. But please do make sure you're hitting that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button, guys. Because I'm live every morning with the latest F1 news every Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. And I'm going to be doing watch-alongs for qualifying in the race all season. So please do hit that subscribe button. I'm really trying to get partnered really, really quickly on YouTube. Hamilton is beast, not my favourite, but a true legend of a driver. Agreed, Cole. Same car for all drivers, then one will see who the best drivers. Yeah, but even so, even on a one-make series type situation, certain cars are going to suit certain drivers more. Like, you know, Sebastian Loeb, absolute legend of the WRC. Put him into a Formula One car, he's nowhere. Take Max Verstappen, put him in a WRC championship, and Loeb hammers him. Right, it's one of them. 38.2 for Leclerc. The test tyre is a medium, right? I'm actually not sure. Rolando. I know it's like the prototype tyre, but I'm not sure. I thought it was the one at one end of it. I thought it was like the C0 or something, but I'm not actually sure on that. How is my dream driver? I'm an Alonso fan. I won't lie. I'm an Alonso fan. Got a tweet. So there's the Twitter there at the Sausage Curb. If you see anything on Twitter, if you see any images that you think I should be showing on stream, if there's a bit of interesting stuff happening, tweet at the Sausage Curb, retweet and tag us, and if it's good, then I'll show it on the stream. What else we got going on? Did you notice the Ferrari nose going inside like a plastic, then coming back out? Yes, but they fixed it. They'd forgotten to put a little panel under the nose. Ash it. Underground Prince. Max did not have a winning car when he joined. Hamilton joined Merckx shortly after he became. Look. I don't want to make this a Max versus Lewis debate because I don't care. I'm not a fan of either of them. If people want to have that debate in chat, then feel free. But I'm not having a Max versus Lewis debate. Max isn't Lewis. He hasn't won 7 world titles. He may do one day, but he hasn't done it yet. Has he won the last 2? Yes. But I think to disregard anything Lewis has done because it took how many years for Max to win a title? Like, come on, let's play the game and let's be a little bit objective about it. Like, just because you're a fan of one driver, we don't have to, you know, just say the other one is terrible because it's not true, right? Who is better, Max or Lewis? I mean, over history, Lewis, but Max could be better. Just, you know, right now, is Max better? Maybe, but like I don't really get involved in those debates because it's a bit silly. It's a bit silly. Like really, people sound really silly when they start on it. It's crazy people don't understand how Lewis is the single best driver ever touched the wheel. He isn't. And people aren't a hater if they think differently. For me, there is no finer driver than Michael Schumacher that's been involved in Formula One. But others will say Senna. Actually, some might give Jim Clark a shout. I'd give Jim Clark a shout, but others might not. But that's my opinion, and we can all have an opinion on that. Would Lewis Hamilton be in the conversation? 100%. He has to be. He has to be in that conversation. He's one of the best drivers ever to be in Formula One. He is. And Max may well get there one day. He has to do a little bit more in the sport, but he's well on his way to it, isn't he? You know, but there we go. Yeah, it gets a bit competitive between Lewis and Max fans. Yeah, I'm not down for that whole debate constantly. You know, it's not. I'm not about that. I think you guys are better than that. I think F1 fans are better than. But Lewis said this. But Max said that. But Toto said this. But Christian Horner said that. Like, come on now. Just respect the both beasts. Max is a beast. Lewis is a beast. You know, they just are. Like, which season? 2021. Jeddah, there was a period of about 10 laps where those two were just flying and both of them were getting closer and closer to walls, and it was peak Formula One. You could just see the body language of both cars was two guys in their prime just extracting everything from the car. Oh, it was staggering. As an F1 fan, that was wonderful. That whole, it was ace. It was ace. Senna was the GOAT. Steve thinks Senna was the GOAT. Yeah. To start the Max versus Lewis argument, if you were Max, state the year you started watching F1 and you're a Lewis fan, state what year you started watching F1. Well, that's one way of looking at it. Both phenomenal drivers. I still think Max has more to learn. I agree. I think and that's the scary thing. I think I agree. And this isn't me saying anything bad about Max. I think there's more I don't think is there yet. And I'm not saying anything bad about Max. It's a compliment. Like, I think there's more to come from Max, and that's scary for the rest of the grid. And I'm really, that to me, I mean that as a compliment. I know Max fans might get pressures about me saying that, but I don't think he's finished. Like, in terms of his own driving growth and stuff, I think Max has got levels to go. I don't think he's there yet, and I think that's the crazy thing for the rest of the grid. Statistically, Lewis is better than anyone. Yeah. Lewis has every record. You sound silly saying Max. Well, I don't say Max. I don't say either. Merck sandbagging. I don't believe so. What we got going on here? That's my take too, Rich. I don't think he's the best Max we've seen. Yeah, I think there's more to come. I agree with Max. I think there's more to come from Max, and that's like the scary thing for the rest of the grid. Like last year, I don't think Max broke a sweat last season. I truly don't think Max broke a sweat last season. And he still dominated it. I think that's mainly because there was no competition. I think it's a myth to say Ferrari were in with a shot last season. I think a lot of people like to toe that narrative, but I don't think it's true. I think the Ferrari was faster for like 2 races, and then Red Bull got their act together, and then really they regained a little bit of early unreliability, and Max then just cantered to the finish. And that's my true feeling on that. What makes you think made DR fall out? Daniel Ricciardo. What? I'm confused by your question. Sorry. Let's just enjoy the last couple of years here. Lewis, look, I've done my share of not liking another driver. When I was a fan of Schumacher, it wasn't like I hated Häkkinen, but I disliked him simply because of the rivalry with Michael Schumacher. And as soon as Häkkinen went, I realised that I was being stupid. That I didn't... Have you ever seen that clip? I think it's off The American Office. That when they say, I wish you knew you were living in the good old days while they were happening, or something. And once Häkkinen retired, I realised that was the end of that. And it was sad. And it was really, really sad. And I think, and I hope, people realise what we've got in the Max and Lewis thing, and I hope it happens again this season with them battling, I really do, is very special. And that's the essence of Formula One. Don't waste it by hating one or the other. Enjoy it, because that's Formula One. Enjoy Lewis winning if you're a Max fan. Enjoy Max winning if you're a Lewis fan. That's Formula One. That's where the brilliance is in Formula One, where you can go, oh, Max lost, Lewis won, but God, that was good. That's what it's about. That's what it's about. In my opinion, that's what it's about. And I hope people see that and can enjoy it. And I hope there's a battle this season. Whoever is, look, you could say to me, it's going to be Ocon versus De Vries for the title. Do I think it's going to be? No. But you could say that. I just hope it's a battle, and I hope there's fighting, you know? Well said. I used to hate Vettel, and now I wish he was still up there fighting Lewis. Johnny, right? 2018. Even friends of mine saying pretty horrific stuff about Vettel when he was in the Ferrari and battling Lewis. God, it was good. You know, that's Formula One. That's what we want, you know? You know? That's what we want in Formula One. You want that fun. You know, that's what you want in Formula One. What makes you think made Daniel Ricciardo fall out? I'm a huge fan of him. Daniel Ricciardo, I think, is a very emotional guy, Thobani. I think Daniel Ricciardo is kind of like Alex Albon. He wears his heart on his sleeve. And I think if he's not performing, he really mentally impacts him. And I think that's just the guy he is. Do I think Daniel Ricciardo could deliver? Yes, but he needs to be in the right place. And I think that was the problem. For whatever reason, I think he made some mistakes in his career, moving to places he did when he did it, much like Alonso. But unlike Alonso, I think Daniel Ricciardo just has a different mentality, as we're seeing Verstappen flying on some new mediums right now. I say flying, it's relative. We're seeing faster in the first sector on a purple. Keeping an eye on the timings. He's actually done a white middle sector. Did he slow up or did he make a mistake? He was flying. Has he just turned? Did he just do a sort of, did he slow down on purpose? I know he's less than a tenth off, so he didn't slow down on purpose. He just lost a couple of tenths there through the middle sector. Keeping an eye on this, and it's not a personal best, but it's less than a tenth off his personal best. So a quick time there posted by Verstappen on some fresh medium tyres. That was a relatively quick run, about 2 seconds off last year's pole time from this race. Cole says, we're lucky to have 2 world-class drivers to watch, both on opposite ends of the field. One who has proved himself and another moving into his prime, but the energy is there. Exactly, Cole. That's my stance. If you don't have favourites, why are you telling me that Ferrari won't win the World Drivers' Championship? Because you can have an opinion. I wish we could see Bottas in a Ferrari or Red Bull. Bottas is a fine driver, isn't he? Bottas is a fine driver. I feel like whatever it is, he just misses a bit of it. You know, just to that little bit. You know, just a touch. Just a touch that I think is missing, Bottas. I don't know what, but I think he's a brilliant driver. Don't get me wrong. Do you think that Lance Stroll is a WDC driver? What, like win the title, Jordan? Is that what you're asking? Bottas is almost too much of a nice guy. Indeed, Johnny. And I think he did a brilliant podcast, Beyond the Grid podcast. He's done it a few times, where he openly said, sometimes you have to admit that someone else is just a bit faster. And he was saying it about Lewis. And I don't think that's a bad thing, but he's a great driver. Do I think Lance Stroll is a championship-winning driver? Oof. No, right now, no. No. But he's young enough for something to happen and for him to improve. I don't think he's a world championship winning driver right now, no. Do I think it's possible? If, you know, it's very possible this season with Alonso, things click with him and he improves. Maybe that Aston actually is really good. As I say that, I'm noticing that we still only have 2 laps from Alonso. It's worrying, man. It's worrying. It's worrying for Aston, that. That's not very many laps. That's a total of 42 laps that they've run. Oh, that's not good. That is not good. Not good. How you doing, Harry? Good afternoon. Will Lando Norris ever leave McLaren? I mean, people think if Norris leaves McLaren, he'll be going to Mercedes generally, don't they? People think that. Please do smash the like button, guys, and hit that subscribe button. If everyone in the stream right now subscribed to the channel, this channel would be partnered by tonight. So please do hit that like button and subscribe to the channel. My name's Rich, this is TSKF1, and I'm live Monday to Friday, 9 AM UK time with the latest F1 news. I'm also putting out different F1 content and YouTube shorts. And also, I'm going to be doing live watch-alongs of all the races throughout the F1 season. So please, please, please do hit that subscribe button. Really appreciate that. Renee going Dutch. Max Fanawi. Rolando. Lance has shown flashes of brilliance. This season will be very difficult for him. He could hang with Vettel, but Alonso is a different story. Rolando, I'm on board. I am on board with exactly what you just said, Rolando. I'm bang on what you just said there, Rolando. I agree. Lance has showed flashes of brilliance. He has. On a few occasions, he actually has. He's shown flashes of stupidity, but they all do. All of them do. Lewis has. Max has. Alonso has. They all do at some point. Vettel did. But he has shown flashes of brilliance, especially in wet weather. Let's not forget, Lance is very handy in the wet, and he has done stuff in the wet at a couple of teams now. And it's going to be interesting to see how he deals with being a teammate of Fernando Alonso, because I am an Alonso fan, I'm biased. I feel like Alonso's still an absolute beast of the grid. I truly do. But we'll have to see how he does. I don't know. Right now, no, is my answer. I don't think he's a championship winning driver. Do I think there's more? Okay, do I think there's more to come from Stroll? Yes, I do. I do think there's more to come. Luke, how you doing, dude? Looking forward to the watch-alongs. Appreciate that. Why is Hamilton in 14th now? Because he's just doing laps. He's testing. It's not about how fast they can go in F1 testing. It's not what it's about. It's about getting data. It's about learning. Let's not forget as well, F1 testing isn't just about the drivers. It's not about how fast the drivers can go. It's about reliability. It's about learning about the car. It's about the mechanics. Learning about the car, repairing the car and adjusting the car. It's about the team. It's about the strategists. It's about everything all coming together for the first time this season and learning about the car, learning about the methodologies of this season and how they want to approach things. So while we see the driver going around the track, there's so much going on behind the scenes, you know? Like even in the hours gap between the morning session and the afternoon session, there'll have been a big debrief, an engineering debrief about what happened in the morning. They'll have had something to eat and attack the afternoon, you know? And that's how it is. That's how it is. How do you think Oscar will do this season? Jonah, there's a video on the channel about the TSK F1 pre-season predictions. Please do go and check that out because I covered that subject quite detailed in that video. Do check it out. I think a lot of people will enjoy it, where I'm sharing what I think and what Harry and John from the Sausage Curb also think about this season. So please do go and check it out. Do you think if Mercedes have a fast car, Mercedes win easy? Look, I'll go with Leclerc up to 6th. Thanks for that. Yeah, on some fresh mediums. So he went. That was Leclerc's first attempt at sort of a bit of pace. I don't think it's representative of like a quali lap or anything like that, but I think he was given some fresh tyres to have a go, and he's up to 6th place. The highest mover of the afternoon session. Obviously, we've got Verstappen, who did the morning session and was fast, but there we go. Massive moment there, actually, for Leclerc, who ran wide. Do you think De Vries is a little overrated? No, I think he's a very, very good driver. Red Bull making a statement. Do you think Red Bull are making a statement? I mean, look, they've hit 100 laps. 100 laps. That's mad. But then again, what are Williams are close behind. Williams are on 94 laps, right? Williams are on 94 laps. Ferrari are on 92 laps. Verstappen's done 100 laps. Hamilton on a flyer, chat saying. He's gone 2 greens. He's got 2 green sectors, does Hamilton. Keeping an eye on the live timing here for Hamilton. I don't know how much faster than his personal best is going. But keeping an eye on the stream right now as Hamilton moves up to 5th place on fresh medium tyres within a second of Verstappen. So maybe we are seeing a few attempts at quick laps here as we see Alonso go out as well on fresh mediums. As an Alonso fan, I'm happy for that, to see him do some laps. So there we go. Now, look, what I will say is this isn't representative. This is, let's go out and do a lap. For whatever reason. Assess the balance, assess this, assess that, you know? Yeah, exactly, Gled. I'm looking at the onboards, and that Red Bull is looking, isn't it? It is looking lovely, is that. Look at the speed, 283 kilometers an hour for Hamilton. Probably did the time without DRS. I can't say I noticed that. Oh, you can see the speed, yeah. So 283 without yeah. But then again, the Mercedes was draggy last season. Sainz and Verstappen are equal on top speed there. They're the only ones breaking the 290. The Haas is fast in a straight line as well. But that's a good shout. That's a good shout, Rolando. But there we go. I'm very happy to see an onboard with Alonso because I mean, he's got brand new mediums on. I don't know if he's going for a fast lap here. He's only had a couple of laps, so I don't think he'll have the balance. But maybe this is the Aston Martin plan. I don't know. But seeing the Aston Martin on screen right now, no porpoising. It looks very stable. Does the Aston Martin? I'm actually expecting Aston Martin to make a step. I think a lot of people are expecting Aston Martin to take a step in performance this season. Dan making friends everywhere. Friends. Big moment there for Alonso on exit of turn 4. I think he is pushing only 2 tenths off in the first sector. Oh, please, Alonso. Please, Alonso. Send it. Send it. Send it. Look, hands up, I'm an Alonso fan. Send it, Alonso. Holy heck. Go on, son. Go on, mate. Times don't matter. It's Alonso. It's out the window. It's Alonso. Green sector, middle sector there for Alonso. Times don't matter, but it's Alonso, and I can't hide my bias. If there was any doubt that I'm an Alonso fan, you like Lewis, you're British. I haven't cared about Lewis all day. Now Alonso's on track, I'm like, yeah! Oh, that wasn't as quick as I hoped. Poo. Ah, he mucked up the last corner. Ah, he messed up the last corner. It would have been a lot quicker. Now, look, 300 odd of you have just seen how biased I am. Don't tell me I'm a Lewis fan because I'm British anymore on my content. I couldn't hide it. I couldn't hide it. David saying, I hope this season has more competition than previous years. If you take 2021 out, you'd have to go back years to find competitive seasons. Only a few seasons. Literally against everything you've said all day, but it's Alonso, Dan. Binned it last corner. Secret, yeah, I'm Spanish. Confirmed. Better his time wasn't great. He messed up the corner, lack of pace. Aston looking good. Hot, yeah. Man's almost turned me to an Alonso fan. Fernando's good at pushing the car to its absolute limit. On top of last season, it's going to take another half season for this to be competitive. What are you talking about there, James? Sorry, mate. What are we on about there? For what to be competitive? 36-2 there for Verstappen. Yeah, he's just slamming in the 36s, isn't he? He is. He's slamming in the 36s. And it's like, how can I say this? It's like Verstappen is doing short, long run testing. You know what I mean? You know, does that even make any sense? But you know what I mean. Mm, yeah, is driving to a delta for sure. Yeah, this is what we want. This is what we need. Um, Please do smash the like, guys. Smash the like on the stream. If you're on mobile, you have to minimize the chat and then hit the like button, and then you can come back into chat. And please do hit that subscribe button because I'm live every morning, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. with the latest F1 news. I'm live every single morning with the latest news, and also I'm going to be doing watch-alongs for every qualifying session and race of the season. So please do subscribe, get involved, guys. Get involved. Also, in the chat, there's a pinned comment. You can join our Fantasy F1 League. It's absolutely free. Just tap on the link. It's available on iOS and Android. Just download the app, join the league, get involved. I think we had 50 people taking part before when I checked. There's 300 of you. Get in here, get involved, and have fun in the F1 Fantasy League. Jeremy, yeah, rather large gap. If it was 2 Checos in the Red Bull, it'd probably be an amazing season, but Ferrari and Merc needs probably half a season or a full one to catch both Red Bull and Max. Interesting point. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Red Bull, clearly, they have hit the ground running here. What's going to be interesting, another thing that's going to be interesting going through this season is the wind tunnel penalty that they suffered, right? The Red Bull suffered because of the cost cap. Now, if my understanding's correct, that's throughout this season as well, that they've got less wind tunnel time. So it's for the development of this car, basically, and throughout this season, they'll have less wind tunnel time. So it's possible, if I'm correct in that Red Bull could hit the ground running and be very, very good to start with, and then you might see the likes of Ferrari and Mercedes and other teams catching up. Maybe, you know, who knows? But fair play, fair play if Red Bull have really nailed it. I think we're seeing here that they really have done well. Wind tunnel penalty is possibly really good for F1 fans as a whole. I agree. They certainly don't want to be playing catch up with the deficit. No, indeed, Rob, completely. I'm waiting so hard for Alonso's cockpit audio for this season. Yeah. Everyone backing off in the last corner. I don't think so, mate. I don't think so. Now, you've probably got another hour of me, guys. I want to be here for the entire afternoon. Trust me, I want to be here for the entire afternoon. The stream is flying, and I'm super appreciative of all of you that are joining me. But there's nothing I can do. I have to leave in about an hour's time, which is super unfortunate. But yeah, I really wish I could stay on all afternoon and watch this entire session with you. But I'm going to be back tomorrow as well. Please subscribe because I'm going to be here. What's up with Ferrari's nose? Nothing is wrong with Ferrari's nose now, but I can show you. An image of that, and then I can explain it. I can explain it as well. I'll show you the picture of it real quick. I'll show you a picture of it real quick. 1 minute. So this was happening this morning on the nose cone of the Ferrari, and basically Ferrari had forgotten to put a panel into the nose cone, and that's actually the carbon fiber dimpling in because of the air pressure. So they forgot to put a panel in, they put the panel back in, and the issue was fixed. So there you go. It's fixed. It's not a problem. It's done. It's fine. That's not a problem for Ferrari fans. It's not a problem at all going forward, guys. They knew immediately and fixed it. It was yeah. It's sorted. It's sorted. Whatever the fuel load, Leclerc and Verstappen have very close competitive lap times at the moment. Good shout on the lap times. Bloody hell, they are. Mid 36s. Very, very close. We don't know about tyre age, and that's another big thing, isn't it, Rolando? We don't know about the tyre age and stuff. Please do make sure you're hitting that sub, guys, for this kind of content all season and into the future. So they legit forgot a car piece. But basically, yeah. So the way you saw it, it was like a V. So you had the crash structure, and then the carbon fiber is that thin. It was pushing in with the air pressure, and there was like a panel that they'd not fitted inside the nose cone, but they fitted it straight away, right? So Keith, how you doing, dude? Hope you're well. Hope you're doing well. Rob, good job they do testing. Yeah, exactly. But it was literally, they just put it in. It was there. It was right there. James saying, wind tunnel penalties lag behind in real time. The penalties will be felt towards the end of the year. Unfortunately, Red Bull to be out in front will have a great midfield battle. We'll see. We'll see. I'm hopefully as a Formula One fan, I hope it's not going to be that way, but we'll see. Ferrari needs to get their act together to be able to win these races. Yeah, we're going to see, aren't we? We're going to see. Kai says, do you think any of the teams are sandbagging for the next couple of days? Training is never about speed, but Mercedes, for example, are known to do it every time. Look, I'll share my opinion until I'm blue in the face with it. I don't believe that sandbagging is a thing. I don't believe it's a thing, right? But I'll justify that statement. Mercedes, throughout their entire dominance, have never been about a statement or a lap. And they never make any secret of being data-driven, right? I completely believe every team has a methodical engineering approach to what they want to learn and what they want to achieve from testing. And I truthfully believe Mercedes have done that every year. Whether it's, we want to test high fuel in these suspension settings, we want to test low fuel in these suspension settings, we want to do this with the aero and test the fuel at this, we want to run the tyre until it falls off the car. I don't believe sandbagging is a thing. Now, look, people also, I've realised, have different definitions of sandbagging. I don't think what I just described is sandbagging. Some do. I think sandbagging is being overtly deceitful about your speed in saying, like Red Bull now, them going back to the garage and going, here boys, we can go 3.5 seconds quicker, but let's not do it right now. I don't think they're playing that game. I think they're literally like, let's do this, and now let's try this, and let's try this, and now let's try this. And I think certain media outlets are very guilty of making the most of those narratives because it creates division and it creates infighting and people arguing with each other. And I know it's boring for me to say I don't think it's a thing, but I feel like my justification is fairly right on. Other people will disagree, and that's fine because it is still opinion. I don't work in F1. I've only watched it for 30 years because I'm old, but I don't think it's a thing. Is the Ferrari illegal? No. What would be illegal about it? Why would it be illegal? Sandbagging may have happened in the past. They don't have enough testing to sandbag these days. That's a good point as well. The wing, I've done a video on that, Jordan. There's a video on the channel about the Ferrari front wing. I posted it about a week ago. Please do check it out, mate. Make sure you're hitting that like button and subscribing to the channel. I know I'm asking a lot of you to do that, guys, but this is a very nice stream for the channel, so I'm trying to make the most of it. It's flying along. You think this time no team spent too much money after the annual accounts for the cost capital? I can't know. Can't know that, Bashhawk. I mean, Christian Horner has already said they can't be 100% sure they've not overspent, Red Bull, again. but he's near certain they're okay, but he's quoted as saying they're not 100% sure they've not overspent, which creates its own ruckus. But I'm not saying that for controversy. That's a Christian Horner comment. He said, they got it wrong before, and it wasn't on purpose, so they could be over again. But he's pretty certain they're not, and that's pretty much what he said. If you can go 3 seconds faster, hiding it won't stop your competition from developing. Well, yeah, there is that, Keith. Kai says, I agree with you totally. The more data, the more tests they do, the best configurations the drivers can choose. I hope this year is going to be a great one, especially with no dramas. I'm on board with that. Are the Ferrari and Mercedes in front of wing design legal? I've done a video on that, Alvin. Check it out on the channel. Stuff them in the side pods. Yeah, put the sandbags in the side pods. Yeah, put them in the side pods. Please do join the F1 Fantasy League that we've got going as well, guys. It's in the pinned comment. It's absolutely free. Please do get involved. The app's available on iOS and Android. And yeah, you can get involved completely for free. Let me just have a little look how many members of that we have right now. It's in the pinned comment. We've got 51 people on the F1 League at the minute. Come on, guys. There's 300 of you. You've got to want to do the fantasy. You've got to do the you've got to want to do Fantasy League. How you doing, everyone? The chat's good stuff, fellas. Great. There's great chats going on, isn't there? There's great chats going on. It's absolutely awesome. This is what I want. This is what I want, guys, right? Please do subscribe, because this is what I want F1 watch-alongs to become on YouTube with TSK F1. If you're into this kind of conversation, if you want someone to watch your racing with, if you know, get involved. Hit that subscribe button and get involved, yeah? Fantasy League, it's in the pinned comment. All you have to do is sign up. It's free. It's on iOS and Android, and you can join an F1 Fantasy League. Hello, Marciano. How you doing? Thank you, MC Houseboat. Williams certainly wish testing and practice matters. Albon seems to be the next level talent, and the car actually seems half distant. You know what, Jeremy? Williams have impressed me so far. They have done a lot of laps. How many has Sargent done? 24. Albon did 94. So yeah, they've done 98 laps. I'm watching it right now, Marciano. Jambo, how are you doing? How you doing, Brett? Thanks for the sub. Really appreciate that. Afternoon, Rich. Do you think people put too much emphasis on these test sessions in terms of lap times? Yes. Hulkenberg, terrible higher for Haas. Agree. Terrible higher, no. But I am one of the extreme few that think they should have kept Schumacher. And no, I don't want to hear it. Ocon is on a fast lap. Where's he gone? Oh, Ocon was on a personal best lap. He's still last. But no, it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. Look, I know everyone's going to disagree. It's all about opinions. I love an opinion. Right? All I'd say is, in the chat for the stream, just, if you've got an opinion, it's good. You don't have to hate another opinion. You can just show your opinion, right? How you doing, Paris? You all right? I've just sent you a message on Facebook. This is absolutely mental, isn't it? This is mental. How you doing, Vandana? Do teams have 2 cars, or the drivers? The 2 cars. At the testing, they've got 1 car each right now. I believe they've all got 1 car there today. I agree, James. Getting vowels was a massive thing. They've all got 1 car there this sort of end of week for the testing. My opinion is that it was the best scenario for all involved for Schumacher to move on. You think Leclerc will win the World Championship? Not this season. Probably at some point in his career. I'm hoping that Ferrari improve their strategy calls. Well, we found out in this, or I found out in this stream, that Ferrari have sacked their chief strategist and got a new one. Schumacher is out of luck because his last name is Schumacher, probably. I don't think it was a particularly good environment for him or the team. I don't think Ralph piping up. Oh well, I know Ralph. He loves to just talk nonsense. Hulkenberg is a solid driver, but hasn't done anything to show that he's at the next level. With that in mind, Mick has more growth potential and should have the drive. Yeah, and maybe Haas wasn't the right place for him. As we see Alonso out on track on, don't know what tyres right now actually, because it's saying question mark. But his DRS is wide open. He's on mediums. I think they'll be scrubbed though. I think they'll be scrubbed. As Verstappen is still top in the timesheets, the fastest afternoon runner is Hamilton, right? So far. The laps are all getting jumbled up, but still, obviously, it's Verstappen with the most laps. Obviously, for the day, who's got the most this afternoon? I think Leclerc, looking at it, with 29 laps. I could be wrong. De Vries has got 26. Sargent's got 24. Hulk will dominate Mag, though. I don't agree. I don't agree with that. Is Perez going out this afternoon? No, Perez is out tomorrow afternoon and then Saturday. Alonso is on a charge indeed. 2 personal best sectors for him. He looks to be on fairly new mediums. Hulk and Mag will be a good battle. I agree. I'm just keeping an eye on Alonso here, moving around the last corner. Self-confessed Alonso fan. He had a bit of a moment there. Oh! 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 Can't hide being an Alonso fan and that exciting me. Can't hide that. Cannot hide that. I like that. I wonder if Red Bull will fall apart from the inside the season. Maybe that's the way they lose. Let's see if Max and Checo get along. Few interesting things service. Apparently they're getting on very well. Everything's fine internally at Red Bull. They were saying on commentary this morning that actually things seemed very, very friendly and good with them currently. Honestly, James, that's what they were saying in commentary this morning. That everything seemed good. Do you think? Do I think AMR will dominate the field? No. A midfield. Ooh. I mean, that'd be a massive improvement. That'd be a massive improvement if Aston Martin did move up the midfield, wouldn't it? At what point will Merc move to the traditional side pods if the design doesn't work? I did a whole video on this as well on the channel, but they've said midpoint of the season if they do that, the midpoint of the season. Just one moment, guys. I really don't want to do this. Lewis, Sky Sports and Evolution over Revolution. I think side point concept will work, Jumbo says. Lance Stroll is very average, in my opinion. Most teams wouldn't put up with his consistency, but nepotism has his back. Yes, I'd expect my father to have my back too. yeah. I hope the W14 will do better this time. Yeah, I'd like to see Mercedes do better and come back into it. Which team do I support? None, Lewis or Louis. Um, what time does this finish, guys? What times does this session finish? Is it 4:30? This finishes. Is it 4:30? This finishes, guys. How you doing, Sheila? Thank you. Appreciate that. 4:30 UK time that this finishes. I'm trying to organise being able to stay live throughout this entire session, which is causing issue. But I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best. Because I want to make the most of this. Does the W14 look promising on track? I think it looks a lot more stable than the W13. Is Lewis on a fast lap? He has set a personal best first sector. Yes, he has indeed. Good shout. Right, thanks a lot for that, guys. Thanks a lot, because I'm just trying to organise. He's backed off in the middle sector, has Lewis Hamilton. Yeah, middle sector. So we've got 2 hours, 23 minutes left of the session. Lewis in the car looks sick, though, Marciano says. Still good enough for third fastest. Yeah, that's the fastest of the afternoon runners. I would expect the morning times to drop now. I would expect the morning times to drop right off now, honestly, because as the track's getting cooler, I'm just keeping an eye on the temperatures right now. The wind has dropped down as well. The wind has dropped right down. Track temperature it's 10 degrees cooler. It's 10 degrees cooler than it was earlier, and I think we're going to see faster lap times, honestly. Yeah, it's very bumpy. It's very bumpy on around Bahrain. It's very bumpy. Testing times already faster than last year. Yeah. Much faster than last year. It's the track that's bumpy. Agreed. There was a little bit of low frequency bouncing for Russell this morning. There was. What's been said there? I'm away on a little break. I heard the stream was doing well on Discord, so I hopped in on my walk. Appreciate that, Jambo. Lewis heard Alonso got in front and said, "Hell no, get me some fresh tyres." Yeah, probably. Christian saying, "Will this year's cars be faster?" Yeah, much faster. They're already a second faster than last season at this stage. So yeah. Yeah. It's very dusty, isn't it, at Bahrain? Is Hamilton good? Yes. He's a 7-time world champion. He's pretty good. He's pretty good, the boy. Apparently, McLaren have big issues. Apparently. You on here tomorrow? I can be on tomorrow morning, but not for the beginning. This is the thing. Without getting into the real life a little too much, I'm a dad and stuff, so I have to attend to being a dad. but I can be back on here for about 8:30 in the morning with you guys after this session. And I can be right through the morning session, and then I can do probably about half of the evening session as well, afternoon session as well. Yeah. That's pretty much what I just did, Gled. But I didn't expect the stream to do this well. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. But thank you very much for the love and support today. Really, really appreciate it. Please hit that like button. It helps tons. And also hit that subscribe button. There's a very big chance that today it's possible to hit partnered on YouTube, which would be absolutely crazy. Because I've got loads of plans when it becomes partnered, because then there'll be members only analysis videos and all sorts of stuff coming your way. Exactly, Christian. They're very close to this year. I think this year they're going to be approaching 2021 speeds. Honestly, I feel that way. So yeah, if you're enjoying this, please do make sure you're hitting that subscribe button, guys. I mean, this year's testing sessions, what did you say? Sorry. Yeah, Hamilton's doing well. Hamilton's doing well today. Now, do we have any surprises today? Now, you know what? I think we're sufficiently along the day that I'm going to go ahead and say Albon's time and amount of laps is standing very, very well from the morning session, isn't it? Up in fourth, still, times don't matter, but that's a time with a lot of laps as well. And I really hope that points to something from Williams. I really hope it points to something from Williams. I didn't expect Sargent to do anything particularly awesome, I'm not going to lie. I've shared my opinion a lot on him, but I really hope Williams have taken a step, and I think that would be a very positive thing for the sport. If they have taken a step, Williams, that is, I think it would be a very positive thing. I think it would be a positive thing. Just checking the F1 league. How many we got in it now? 53 people. Over 50 people. That's cool. Was Albon's lap on a fast tyre? I thought it was on the mediums, you know. I thought it was on the mediums. I could be wrong, but I thought it was. McLaren not doing great. McLaren honestly not doing great. I think they've genuinely got some problems at McLaren, which isn't a surprise, I don't think, with the language that was being used out of McLaren. I don't think anyone's particularly surprised. They're probably doing worse than was hoped, though, you know. But we'll see. We'll see with McLaren. See Hamilton going along. Honest impressions of the W14. It looks a very capable Formula One car. It looks a stable platform. It's hard to say. It's hard to say at this point. But he you know, we can only look at the laps completed and the times done, can't we? We don't know the fuel levels or anything like that. But the W14 is looking a better car than the W13. I think I'd go out there and say that, honestly. I think I would say that. A 29.9 S1, nice, yes. GP2 engine for McLaren again. I think it's just aerodynamically they're just missing a trick. The McLaren. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on with them, McLaren, because I think a lot of people would. I think they'd do quite well. Everyone wants McLaren to do well, I think. I don't think there's anyone out there, much like Williams, who want to see McLaren do badly. It's perplexing. James, mate, not taking the piss here. I'd love to see you on a segment with Ted Kravitz, maybe doing an after-race paddock talk, half each. God, I wish, mate. As a lifelong Formula One fan, look, I am biased towards Alonso, and I don't hide it. But I think I'm pretty balanced with my analysis and how I think about things. But yeah, I'd love to do like this. If we can keep this up and these viewer numbers and everything like that for this season, just know I'm here. I will be here doing watch-alongs for the testing, for the racing. I'm live every morning with news, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. UK time. I'm live with the latest F1 news. I'm way before the likes of Sky Sports and stuff normally. We broke the news about the Ferrari boss months before it was announced, but we were saying Fred Vasseur for literally months, all sorts of stuff. So please do hit that subscribe button. Why is Verstappen driving PM session? He was driving this morning already. Yes, they're allowed to. They're allowed to do 3 of the 6 sessions. So they're allowed to do a day and a half each. Red Bull are the only team doing it in one go. So Verstappen did this morning, is doing this afternoon, and is doing tomorrow morning as well. Verstappen. I can't take McLaren seriously anymore. I know it's just testing, but mate, if I was a McLaren fan, I'd be disappointed right now. I'd be really upset. Wonder if you're a McLaren fan, Rich. I wonder if you're a Leclerc fan. Stability issue McLaren wise. I haven't actually looked at the on board. When will Perez drive? He will start this session tomorrow. So 12:15 UK time tomorrow. Perez will be in the car. I don't know much about Fred, actually. Is he well respected in the paddock in general? Yes. Yes, Fred Vasseur is very well respected. He's worked for Renault, worked obviously Alfa Romeo. He's worked elsewhere as well. Very highly respected, Fred Vasseur. Great appointment for Ferrari. Yeah. Luckily, I bought most teams top. Same here. Did Russell use DRS? Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Max is on a purple first sector there for Max. Very quick first sector, fresh medium tyres here. This is what I expected into the evening of this session, that you would get faster and faster. Well, all of them will get faster as the air temperature drops off, the track temperature drops off. They'll get faster and faster, but purple first sector for Max just there in Bahrain. Keeping an eye on it. The wind, it's still minimal. Purple second sector. Now, is he going to back off? The track temperature is 31 degrees Celsius, so that is over 10 degrees cooler than they had in the morning or day session. As he's coming around the final sector, he's approaching the final corner. Is he going to back off? Is down the start-finish straight? Is he going to set a new fastest lap? And he is. He's taken a 10th off the fastest lap. It was a slow final sector there for... it was a slow final sector there. I feel like there's... Oh, no, he messed up around the final corner. He messed up on the final corner. So there was probably 2 tenths. I reckon that was really a 32.6, maybe 32.5 that should have been. He went wide on the final corner. I think that was a 32.5, 32.6 lap, honestly. Cheers, Arctic. Cheers. See you later. When is Leclerc and Sainz next out? Leclerc is in the car, but he's not out. But it's his session. It's Leclerc's session. Sainz was this morning. Why are they still using 2022 drivers not supposed to drive for their teams in 2023? I have no idea what you're talking about. Did back off again. He didn't back off. He ran wide in the final corner, big time. Max on a roll here, driving well. Oh no, that's looking ominous. It is, Gled. Are you not allowed to show live pics? No. If you want me to show something on screen, guys, the easiest way is to tweet at the Sausage Curb, and I can show a tweet, I can show an image. If you see something cool and you want a tweet at the Sausage Curb, just there. And I've got Twitter open. If I see a new notification, I'll have a look and I'll share it. As we see Ocon locking up into turn 10, super common occurrence through turn 9, decreasing radius, locking up the inside wheel there. But that does look ominous. I agree, Gled. That does look ominous for the rest of the field, doesn't it? To me, look, times don't matter, but for me, my feeling is that Red Bull are making a statement. I can't help but feel that. I'm gonna put that to a poll. I'm gonna put that to a poll. Now, by this, I mean, are Red Bull making a statement? Are they putting their stall out to say, we're ready for this season? We're ready. And we're coming for it. What do you think? There's a poll in chat. What do you think? Immediately check the odds on... I've just seen him go wide and way behind. Agreed. I think it's Christian Horner way to make a statement. I agree. James Ocon is a name that's underrated. Yes, he's got the calmness and racecraft that can win many races in a good car. Sometimes, I partly agree and disagree there, James, because he's certainly shown he can be hot-headed. He's certainly shown that. I see Verstappen breaking the record of most drivers' championship won by 2030. Well, Red Bull have to keep at the races. It goes in cycles, and you could see Red Bull fall off a bit. It happens. The Alfa Romeo might be a super underdog, yes, as could the Williams. I don't think it's going to be in the hands of Sargent, but I feel they may be bluffing the rest of the field to show their cards, and they can measure themselves. Maybe, Nick, maybe. And possibly Red Bull still hiding something, maybe. I hate Ocon. Why do you hate Ocon? If you had the situation where Hamilton and Verstappen teaming up, the Constructors' Championship would not be close. No, it wouldn't be close. Please do make sure you're hitting that like button on the stream, guys, and hit that subscribe. Hit that subscribe. Ferrari's nose looking hollow and very weak. Already explained that, Jack. They didn't put a panel into the nose cone. They've already fixed that, mate. They already fixed that. Makes a statement, not on purpose, probably. They can't help. That's their car is quick, and I'm not a Red Bull fan. Well, well, this is the thing. They could sandbag, but I think this proves my point again. I don't think sandbagging's a thing. I don't think sandbagging is a thing. I think this is Verstappen and being allowed to just express himself, and they're going for it a little bit. But this is no, it's okay. It's okay, Jack. No problem at all. That's why I'm letting you know. That's why I'm letting you know. We already talked about that. Welcome. Now, this is a good and important thing to point out here. I'm firmly in the camp of times don't matter in pre-season testing, but Bahrain gets a lot faster when the sun goes down and the track surface cools. So now the next 2 hours of each day, tomorrow and the day after, we are going to see faster times. Now, are they as fast as they can go? We won't know. But we will see faster times because the track naturally evolves into a faster state, right? Qualifying's done at night, isn't it? If you remember from racing, and you'll see next week. And you will see faster times as Leclerc moves up to 7th with a personal best there. I don't believe sandbagging is a thing. I can completely rationalize and back that up if you'd like me to. And Joel, laugh my ass off. What? Only a madman would dare to order Max to slow down. True. I know it doesn't mean much in testing, but Red Bull and Ferrari still top the speed trap. Yep. 291, both of them. And again, you can't hide that, can you? They are. Would you say Ferrari are sandbagging right now? No, I don't think sandbagging's a thing. Again, I can talk about that again if people don't get bored of me talking about it, but I don't think it's a thing. If you have... Oh, we've read that one already. Please do smash the like button and subscribe to the channel, guys, if you want more content like this. Please do subscribe. So what's my poll about, Stephen? It's about Verstappen just did a really fast lap. Is this Red Bull just throwing down the gauntlet, making a statement and saying, we're ready for the 2023 season, are you? And are they making that statement? That's what that's about. Do they get DRS while doing these laps in testing? Yes. I think it's better for the teams to push more than sandbags so that they can improve the car and experiment more on which areas they're going to upgrade. Exactly what I think, Joshua. Albon's lap from this morning's sessions is looking impressive. I agree, Matthew. Mate, the McLarens are not looking good. So with the first day almost past, what do you think the order will look like? I think the big three will remain the big three, Red Bull, Ferrari, Mercedes, but I think the midfield is a mess compared to what we used to. I think the midfield is going to be jumbled up. I really do. I can't call the midfield. That Williams Albon time is looking good. It's looking good. It actually is. Great channel. Thanks for everything you do, my son. I love to stay informed. It's great picking up in Canada first thing in the morning. Oh, cheers, Russ. Thank you very much. That's very nice of you. Thank you very, very much. That's very nice of you. Ocon can't close his mouth about trying. Oh, my God. Oh, God. When did Verstappen set that trap? The lap a few minutes ago, 10 minutes ago. McLaren has absolutely binned with the car they made. It's not looking good for McLaren, is it? The thing about it is, McLaren have completed 57 laps on the day. It's not good. Alonso's out on. I was just checking Aston Martin because they'd not set a lot of laps, but Alonso's now into setting laps as well. Do you currently see any rookie drivers to look in future year? Next, Max Lewis. I think Piastri's going to be at that level, but we'll have to see. Cold attempts. Yeah, in cold attempts. Correct. Yes, Doug. Yeah, bad news for Brown. I feel bad for Norris if McLaren ain't there this year. Look, much like Williams, I always hope McLaren will do well. Now I know we've got a lot of new people in the channel today. I'm an Alonso fan, and but I'm an F1 fan above everything. And I always want a close championship. I want teams fighting, and teams with heritage I like to see do well and not struggling at the back. And that's just a personal thing. But if this is representative for McLaren, God, it's not good. Why do they have metal behind the wheels? They're aero rakes. They're to measure airflow over different components of the car and then make a computer simulation of what the air is doing. Is there ever a world where the big three, someone cracks into that? I can't see them losing the next few years. Oh, I don't know. I don't know, Russ. It's a tough one. It's a big gap, mate. It's a big gap. I bet the McLaren drivers don't want to drive it. It's that bad. Yeah, let's just say McLaren are sandbagging. Imagine that. I'd admit that if at the end of day 3 McLaren just pop in a time, I'd admit that they were sandbagging. Even this early, it's usually a strong signal, isn't it? McLaren might be in a bit of trouble. It's not a good look, is it? By this point, right, you'd expect. Look, I've said loads of times today that it's not about the times, but you'd expect something to have popped up from either Lando or Piastri today, wouldn't you? You know, is Hamilton coming back out today? 100%. We've still got 2 hours to go with this session. He's definitely coming back out again today, 100%. How many laps has he done? Where is he? Hamilton's only done 26 laps. I'd expect probably another 30 laps out of him before the end of the session. So yeah, he's definitely coming. Is definitely coming back out. I can't watch the testing session. How severe is Ferrari's porpoising? Actually, good question there. Your boys got him. Earlier on, Sainz seemed to be playing on the edge of the porpoising. There was one run that he did, a short run, and it wasn't really porpoising. There was some sort of low frequency porpoising. Then he did another run, and it was horrific. like tons of porpoising, and then he did another run and it had gone away. So I think it was Ferrari literally testing and being like, what if we do this? What if we do that? And I think that was Ferrari testing the edge of where they might hit that porpoising. All of the cars across the board look either completely fine with no porpoising or a very little low frequency porpoising, nothing like what we saw this time last year. So that's for fans of all cars. That's what my take on it is. You're either seeing none of it or very low sort of frequency stuff that's not going to bother them anyway because they're just, doing a bit of that. So that's a bit of a general public announcement. Norris is out of the pits. Great to see. I think everyone's happy about that. We've had a lot on about McLaren in the chat, so that's a really good thing. Where's Perez? Perez is out tomorrow. Max Verstappen is in the Red Bull all day today and tomorrow morning session. Checo will then take over tomorrow afternoon and then all day Saturday. McLaren need the laps desperately. They really do. They really, really do. They really, really do. Is Ferrari still using the S-duct? Yes, they're using the S-duct, and apparently it's legal anyway, Doug, with where it is, the S-duct. Disappointed in McLaren and Alpine so far. I won't lie. I was expecting something more from Alpine. One moment. Oh, they're pointing out on TV that the second car is being built for Red Bull for next weekend. So S-duct, I can show you it. I can show you the S-duct. Just give me a moment. Give me a moment, guys. I can show you the S-duct. I can show you it if you just give me a moment. I will find it for you to show you. And I just give me a moment. It just takes a moment. Actually, there's some really good photos here that I'm going to share with you guys. Where is it? Come here. It's here somewhere. Absolutely tons of testing stuff. I knew where I could go for it. Right, here we go. Here we go. There you go. So this is the S-duct on the Ferrari, right? There is a slot at the front, low down, and then it S-ducts up to the top of the side pod. And you can see the exit of it there at the back of the side pod. I noticed this on the launch. And you can see the inlet and the outlet there. And the S-duct is used to clean the airflow through the side pod undercut. It skims out off the boundary that's built up along the chassis side, then vents over the side pod. This can be legal if the inlet is in the right location. So that is the S-duct for it. So you've got basically it S-ducts some air up to the top, but also it allows cleaner airflow into the radiators. So that is what that is about for you guys. That's the S-duct. I hope that showed it for you. Do you reckon Alonso will perform better with Aston Martin? Well, I think he performed brilliantly at Alpine. Just the car was unreliable, right? Merck has just topped the pre-season twice in the past 4 years, so testing isn't a right benchmark. Yeah, I kind of agree. Mansour. Kind of agree. S-ducts are an easy way to get downforce, but Ferrari has a cooler in skirting regs. Very brilliant. Yeah, indeed, Doug. Merck slowest at top speed. I don't think they're the slowest, are they? 283. Oh, God, actually, yeah, they are. The McLaren, actually, under Piastri had more speed. I've just noticed that. You're not wrong. Hamilton, actually, no, because Russell did 287 earlier. and did a slower lap. So Hamilton, while third, had a slow top end. That's not a good thing for Mercedes fans, because maybe they're having to run a lot of wing again to get the performance out of it. Damn, Rich, you're going to put Ted's notebook out to pasture. If only. What do you expect from Merck? Well, look, you'll have to go and watch the pre-season predictions over on the channel. But bear in mind, when you watch it, we'd not seen anything of pre-season. It was all guesswork at that point. Same Sky Sports team who do adverts for Red Bull, John says. Does Aston Martin look to be best of the rest? That's their aim. Are they best of the rest? Williams are in that spot right now. This screams engine mode to me. Potentially engine mode. I think all of them, though, Harry, will be running a lower engine mode. I truly feel that. I honestly feel that. The shelf on the Mercedes actually helps guide more airflow to the rear wing. Yeah, my understanding of it, Rolando, I'm not an aerodynamicist, but my understanding of it, it really helps lessen drag on the car, which to me, it baffles me because it bumps out and stuff, but apparently it's less draggy having those like knuckles or shoulders on the engine cover there. Can Hamilton win the championship? Of course. At this point, anyone can. Are Williams any better than last year? I think so, yes. Is Russell coming back out? No, he's done for the day. Surely Merck needs to test their extra 10 horsepower. Lots and lots of aero data collection. Hopefully tomorrow shows something different. I think Saturday late on is when we're going to be seeing something. Are we looking at a dominant Red Bull season? I mean, right now, that's what we are seeing. Is that what we're going to see? I don't know. But I have to say, at this point, with 2 hours to go, Verstappen's done 120 laps. Mate, that's mad. That's mad. Are we looking at, okay, if W14 is really good this season, Ham or Russ, who's going to take the, for me, Hamilton beats Russell all day, every day. But I want to qualify that. I think Russell's brilliant. And I've said literally for years now, I think Russell will be at least a triple world champion in his career. But I think Hamilton is still a better driver right now. My opinion. I think people knee-jerk and overreact to stuff like last season. Is Perez out tomorrow? Yes, from in this session tomorrow and then all day Saturday. Who's your pick for a surprise race winner? Ooh. Surprise race winner. Well, it has to be a surprise. Would expect Verstappen, would expect Checo, Hamilton, Russell, Leclerc, Sainz. Would expect all them to win. I'm going to say, I'm being biased, but I'm going to say Alonso. That would be my actual surprise race winner. Because if any of the Red Bull, Mercedes or Ferrari drivers win, it's not a surprise. So an actual surprise winner, I'm going to say Alonso. Right now. Albon to win a race. I mean, that'd be brilliant. That would be brilliant. I want to see if Russell can repeat last year's performance, or will it be sophomore blues? Who knows? Good afternoon, everyone. How are we all doing? Alonso is riding the tyres to the cords. He is. He's doing a long run. 15 laps in, and this is on used mediums. This is a very long run. But this, right, I'll tell you a little story, and this is pretty much when I became an Alonso fan. I went to a Pirelli tyre test at Silverstone and was watching. And it was back when Honda had only just joined with McLaren, and Alonso was driving there, right? And it was horrible conditions at Silverstone, throwing it down with rain, right? Alonso went out on track, and it was really bad rain, so windy, it was freezing. But Alonso was the only driver on the grid to go lap after lap after lap after lap absolutely pinpoint accurate every lap on exactly the same line. All other drivers had issues, and I was sat just after just after Vale there. I was sat. I think it's Vale. I was sat just there, and every lap Alonso was just bang on. And this is what Alonso does, and it's why I'm a fan of his. I just love his consistency. It's brilliant. It's brilliant. Max with 121 laps, mad. But I think he's the only driver to have done both sessions. Cam is the only driver to have done both sessions. Do Merc have this B-spec car ready to go? I've done a video on that, James. Please check it out. Do you think Merc will switch to bigger side pods at some point? I've done a video on that. Check it out. Will Prince Stroll have the courage to challenge Alonso on this circuit? I don't think he's good enough. I predict Haas to get at least a podium this season. Interesting. Why isn't Leclerc setting faster lap times? Because pre-season testing isn't about lap times. It's about mileage and testing. Is Norris one of the best on the grid? I think he's a very special driver. I would probably put 5 ahead of him. Honestly, you'd probably put 5 ahead of Norris. I think he's an exceptional driver, but I would put 5 drivers at least ahead of him, probably. Ferrari currently on 105. Yep, thank you very much for that update. I'm losing track with the chat and everything and those numbers, so stuff like that really helps. Cheers, Prime Spike. Alonso doesn't get the respect he deserves. I agree. How you doing, Falcon? Hope you're well. Top 5 drivers. My favourite driver is Fernando Alonso. I don't really have a favourite team. I have a soft spot for Alpine. But other than that, I don't really have a favourite team. I like Alonso, but I'm a fan of Formula One above everything. So that's how I am. I would put, like, if you're saying about drivers ahead of Norris, you'd put Verstappen, Hamilton, Alonso, Leclerc and Russell ahead of him, wouldn't you? Ahead of Norris. I don't know how anyone could really argue with those. Honestly. And then you'd be talking maybe Norris. Norris isn't better than Russell. He just isn't. Like, provably, he isn't. Norris isn't better than Russell. He never has been. In any formula on the way up to Formula One, he's never been better than Russell. I really like Norris. He's never been better than Russell. He hasn't. Sainz, there you go. People saying Sainz ahead of Norris. Probably, yeah. Will Merc go over budget? I don't know, Cam. I don't think so. I don't think they'd do that. I honestly don't think they'd do that. I really don't think they'd do that. Mag or Hulk on top? Who would you say? Mag for me. Top speed of McLaren looks bad. Agreed. It doesn't look good. The Piastri got 287 though. Norris got smashed by Russell in F2 and the same equipment in F2. Glad. Facts. Would you reckon Nico Hülkenberg is an underrated driver even with 24-hour... Oh, look. Nico Hülkenberg, obviously I've been making this content a little while now. Nico Hülkenberg, for people who've known me years, I used to be one of his biggest supporters. He was like the nearly man. He nearly got there so many times. Now, it's not a mistake that Haas have brought him back, but a couple of years ago, people were going on and on about young drivers getting a shot, right? And I can't help but feel bringing Hülkenberg back now... I don't know. I don't know if that's the move I'd have made of Haas. I get why they did it. I understand it. I'm on board with it. I'm not sure it's the move I'd have made. You know? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's the move I'd have made. You know, how you doing, Spring Peak? How you doing? What do you think to your boys this afternoon? Is Merc produce a winning car this year? Potentially. Who knows at this point? We've got Hamilton out. He's on scrubbed mediums. I really want to see Hülkenberg finally get a podium. I'd love him to get a podium. I'd love him to get a podium. Which rookie is most likely to outperform his teammate? Watch the preseason predictions. I give my opinion on that one. I'd have stuck Mick in the Haas. I'm going to be honest, this is the first I've looked. It's. I mean, I don't want to say stuff because it's your job and stuff, so I don't want to say anything. But yeah, Gunther Steiner is now terrified of signing rookies after what happened in 2021. The Hulk is the king of almosts. He is. Paris saying, I agree. There needs to be more chances for younger drivers. Otherwise, you get people like Nico who are late enough. Yeah. But Nick De Vries, yeah. I mean, look, I was expecting more. I'm not going to lie. But they're saying Alpine have got like the lightest car on the grid, so there's potential. Would you have chosen Mick over Hülkenberg if you were Gunther? It's the unknown. This is the thing, right? This is the thing. It's the unknown there, right? So I think the situation with Mick last season, I felt sorry for him because we've seen it many times. And I think I looked up the stats. Mick Schumacher had the same or less retirements than Max Verstappen at that stage in their F1 career, right? And I think because of the cost cap and that Gunther, he doesn't shut up, I think the media loved getting on Mick's back because of his surname as well. The thing about Mick Schumacher is he's won plenty on his way up to Formula One. It's not just his name, he's won stuff. He won F3, he won F2, he's won stuff. And the great unknown is, will a young driver make that step? Will a young driver improve? Would Mick have been a safer pair of hands this season? And that's the great unknown, and that's the risk for a team like Haas. So I get it, because you're banking on Mick improving and getting better. You're banking on that. But in Hülkenberg, they can pretty much say he's going to get nearly everything out of the car, and even on his off day, he's going to be safe, which for Haas works. But I can't help it, and nothing's going to sway me. Mick was given a very harsh. He was given harsh treatment. I think I'm pretty strong in that opinion. That I think people were extremely harsh and judgmental over a young driver in a turd of a car. In an absolute turd of a car. And while it's where it matters, points, race results, over the season, Mick Schumacher, his race results averaged higher than K-Mag. He just didn't get those final points to get that. And that's where it matters. I get it. But still, it was looked on a really shallow thing. There was crashes here and there and expensive. I get it. So I am on board with it. But that's my case for saying I think there's a driver there. And I think people dismiss him because they like to dismiss him because his last name is Schumacher. And it's fun to do that. And, he's only there because of his dad. No, he's only there because of his dad if you're an idiot and you don't look at the facts, right? He's won stuff on his own. He's won it, His dad didn't win it for him. So that's where I am on that. People will disagree with me, and that's fine. I would have taken Mick over Nico. Mick has the potential to perform and not just to hit of his surname. I agree. The gap between junior formulas and F1 is so big it almost means to juniors. Yeah. Will Ferrari improve strategy in 23? They've, as a result of changing staff. Yeah. It was always going to be that purely on his name. Agreed. Haas isn't the team to build a driver. Agreed. I think both better off separate ways. Agreed. I have a feeling Mick will end up at AlphaTauri or Alfa Romeo in the next year. This is going to be frustrating. Haas has been going broke since they got into Formula One, and here F1 is saying no to Andretti when they have Cadillac behind them now. Oh, I mean, I've shared my opinion on that. I think if Andretti wanted to be in F1, they'd be in F1. I think if Andretti could be in F1, they'd already be in F1. Or it's all very wishy-washy. You've got Andretti saying one thing, you've got people from Cadillac and GM saying another thing that doesn't tie in with each other. It's like they've not spoken to each other and stuff. There's too much vagueness about that whole situation. And it all seems like they're making it very public to try and get the backing that they actually need to get involved in Formula One. And I think if they got that backing or had that backing and had that support, they'd already be signed up to be in 2026. I don't think they have it, and that's why it's so public, because they're banking on a big sponsor coming in and going, Andretti, GM, that'd be amazing, let's get in. And I know people disagree, but again, that's where I'm at on that. Audi wanted to be in Formula One. They're in Formula One from 2026. Done. You know? Toto has told Sky Sports that this new W14 car has absolutely no bouncing. I'm in agreement with what I've seen. That's what I've seen. To be fair, Prime, we saw very low frequency stuff and I wouldn't consider it bouncing, but I agree, Prime. If Mick doesn't get an opportunity in F1, would you see him make a move over to IndyCar like Roman did, or is he good enough? I think he's good enough for Formula One. Look, people will, again, disagree with me, but they were saying what happens when Lewis Hamilton retires. Say Lewis Hamilton stays in another 2 or 3 years. By that point, George Russell is #1 driver material. I don't see a problem. Looking at the grid right now, I don't see a problem in George Russell being Mercedes #1 and Mick Schumacher being you do this #2. Right now, I don't see a problem with that, because the only other option people ever present me with is Lando Norris to Mercedes. Again, I'm on board with it, but then Mercedes have 2 #1 drivers, don't they? In Lando Norris and George Russell. Do they want that? Whereas, I think Mick Schumacher could be your Valtteri Bottas, your Rubens Barrichello, that kind of person. I think Mick Schumacher could do that kind of thing, you know? Again, just an opinion. Do you think Danny Rick will replace Perez? Don't know. We don't want a Mick that's another Bottas, though. I want a Mick to be a Mick. I'd like it to be Mick. I want him to do very, very well. I really like him. Audi is in because they bought a team and that Andretti was going to buy. So Andretti went, okay, we'll make a new team from scratch. That isn't what happened at all. That isn't what happened at all. That really isn't what happened, Bearded Ginger on the internet. That isn't what happened at all. So what happened is Andretti approached Sauber, much like Audi did, and Sauber said, these are our terms. We want you to invest in the infrastructure, this much money, and we want you to promise to retain this percentage of our current staff. And we want to ensure that these people have got jobs, and this is how you approach this situation. And Andretti said no, and Audi said yes. That's what happened. Sauber had their own terms, because they don't need it, but they were open to it and they had discussions. Andretti said no, they couldn't guarantee they would keep people in the jobs. And Sauber said, that's not, then it's a no. Like, it's not happening. That's what happened. So don't think that Audi jumped in and bought anything that Andretti were going to do. Andretti wouldn't agree with what Sauber wanted, and Audi did. That's the truth of it. Put it this way, there are people in my world moving around, and Andretti are the rumour. One that is pretty sorry. Moving around to Andretti, Spring, is that what you mean? Has Albon shown enough to warrant a better seat than Williams? No. I think he's doing a good job at Williams. What do you make of Williams with having them having double the wind tunnel time that Red Bull has? Nothing particularly. I mean, we'll see how it goes. Do you think Lewis will have a stake financially in a new team and leave Merck? Nope. Russell and Norris Merck together will recreate Hamilton. Well, we'll see, won't we? Kubica were one of the best drivers between 2000 and 2023. What? Eh? Don't ever think of Hamilton leaving anytime soon. Don't bring back the Toro poker the last few years. He himself told he has 5 years racing inside him, right? I mean, it's up to him how much time he has. They have left and not for another team, and they won't say exactly where they are going. I'm talking designers and technical staff. And the rumours to Andretti, is it? I mean, this is the thing, Spring. They've got to make moves. This is my point, Spring. From Andretti, all I'm seeing is, what would you say, bluster? Bluster? All I'm seeing is lots of words and contradictory statements from stakeholders involved, and it's like, look, get it done. Says no, then goes on to say exactly what I said, confirming what I said. I don't think you're listening to what I said. As an American, I would love to see an actual American team, and no, Haas don't count. I'm pretty sure that's just Ferrari trolling us. Well, aren't Haas based out of America and owned by an American? I mean, I don't have... we have to admit, Bottas won. I don't know what... I really don't know what that means. I believe they're building something quietly, and the words are a smokescreen. It's just that it's contradictory. Like, I saw you're not. I said they tried to buy it. They did. No, they didn't. They didn't. Oh, God, I don't think you're listening to me at all. They didn't try and buy it. They went and spoke to them, and Sauber said, "This is what we do," and they said no. Well, they all said no. So, if trying to buy it is speaking to someone, it's like me going into Tesco and saying, "How much is that tin of beans, love?" And her going 35p and me going, "No." Did I ever try and buy it? No. I asked how much it was and didn't buy it. I didn't try anything. That's about what Andretti did with Sauber. Bulk of Haas is stateside. How many years Alonso going to race? Who knows? A few seasons. I don't know. I honestly don't know. Rosberg or Leclerc? If you're going to sell a company to someone, then impose terms for something you'll no longer. But they're not selling. They're not selling a company. This is you've got a fundamental misunderstanding of what's going on with Sauber and Audi and Andretti, because they haven't sold a company. They haven't sold it. Right. I'm Belgian, and it would be amazing if Van Dorn gets a new change. What's your opinion? I don't think Van Dorn's going to be in a seat. Any news regarding Red Bull's innovation on the diffuser? I didn't know anything about that. Do you think Daniel Ricciardo will get another shot? Don't know. Look, the Sauber thing, what they're saying is, the Sauber thing, it's that Sauber wouldn't have gone into what they're doing with Audi without a huge percentage of retention of staff. Like, some staff have gone, but from everything that was reported, Sauber, the main reason nothing happened with Andretti... No. Okay, we'll agree to disagree, but Audi are building their Audi are doing the engines in Germany. I've forgotten exactly where it is. And Sauber, it's like a technical. It's not a technical partnership. I hate that term, but Sauber. And no, look, I don't think you're really listening to what I'm saying. Andretti, they wanted to completely take over everything. Oh, never mind. I'm done talking about it. Aston are slow. I don't think they are. I don't think they are. And Alpine aren't looking great in this, but maybe they've got time to improve. We've got Ocon on fresh mediums. I think the big problem, the team that isn't looking great are McLaren, really. The team that aren't looking great is McLaren. We're looking at the Alpine of Ocon going round. I think this is somewhat of a slower lap. Hamilton's driving. How is it possible that Red Bull are continuing their dominance if Ferrari haven't upgraded their car since France? What? How is it possible that Red Bull are continuing their dominance if Ferrari haven't upgraded their car since France? I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what that means. Is it possible that Red Bull are continuing their dominance if Ferrari haven't upgraded it? I think I'm missing something with that question. Who's that? So we've got Hamilton out on track. What's he doing? He's 7 laps into a stint on used mediums. What I mean by this is they switched their resources to 2023. So why are they still slower? Because the question there is, when did Red Bull move over to 2023? Why is Red Bull double the laps? Because you're looking, Verstappen's the only driver that's done all day. They've done all day. Verstappen's done all day. The other teams haven't. And I mean, I'm not doing the maths on what the other teams have managed to do. But like, you've got Mercedes over 100. You've got Ferrari over 100. You know. Please do hit that like button, guys, and subscribe to the channel. Please do. It really helps. I'll be doing watch-alongs for all of the races, and also I do the news show, the morning news show, every morning at 9 AM UK time. So please do hit that subscribe button and like the stream. It really, really helps. We're flying. We are flying towards partnered status on YouTube this afternoon. We are flying towards it with an hour and a half to go of this session. Every single person hitting that subscribe button, every person chatting, it helps tons. So please do. Yes, we have to add the laps. Indeed, Rudy. I hope that's your name. When they say resources, they mean tunnel and CFD, not manufacturing straight away. There'll be some updates through the year and spring. I've shared my experience in telling people just how much gets manufactured and never seen. You know, tons still gets manufactured and never seen and stuff. Hamilton is on a long run, 9 laps deep into it, and he's still out on track as well. Jordan wasn't letting me comment earlier. Not sure if anyone else is having the issue. I don't know, Reese. I don't know. Both McLaren's their best times on hards. That doesn't that explain why they're very slow? No, McLaren are having issues today. McLaren are having issues today. I have made stuff that's been updated 3 times before. I explained a DRS assembly that I literally saw with you, that it was like, was it the 4th iteration before Silverstone? And the guy was just like, this one I don't think is the last one. You know, it's crazy. It's crazy. Cheers for that, Prime. Merc have 105, Ferrari 105, Alfa Romeo 107, and McLaren 72. Who currently looks like the slowest team? Ugh. I mean, it's very difficult, but again, look, Norris is out on hard tyres right now, 4 laps in. Now, it's very possible with these last hour and a half, you could see Norris run those to the canvas. Like, Norris just annihilate those hard tyres, just lapping and lapping and lapping to get laps under the belt, because McLaren need it. They need miles, do McLaren. That's what they need. Speed be damned. They need miles. They're only at 72 laps. You know, it's not good enough, in my opinion. How is Mert doing right now on the timesheets? Do you think the sandbagging? No, I'm going to offend more people in saying I don't think sandbagging's particularly a thing. Why does it always say session finished? I don't know. It won't go away, but it's not. It's still going. No, I don't think Mercedes are sandbagging. I don't think sandbagging is particularly a thing. I think the teams are going through a methodical approach of what they want to achieve. As we see Logan Sargent overtaking Lewis Hamilton on the straight, but Hamilton did not have his DRS open there. But there you go. Logan Sargent, world champion elect, guaranteed. Why not on TV so we can watch? Because that's illegal, Craig. That's copyright infringement. Are we most likely looking at a three-way fight? Can't tell, mate. Teams do not have time to sandbag. No, that's a spring. I agree. You know, they need the data, don't they? It's interesting just seeing Norris 5 laps into his run, weaving on his hard tyres, trying to get some heat into them. Like I say, we might just see Norris just doing loads of laps now on the hard tyres. Do you think McLaren is performing poor because Andrea Stella is the new team principal? Andrea Stella is the Alfa Romeo team. Well, is it Alfa Romeo? Isn't? Oh no, sorry, he isn't. I got the name wrong. No, I don't think that's why McLaren are performing bad. Stella, I don't think has. Sorry, I got that wrong. I read that wrong. No, I don't think that's why they're performing poorly, though. Leclerc versus Ferrari strategist. We don't even have time to test, let alone sandbag. Yeah. Is it me or is Hamilton struggling with understeer? I haven't been watching his onboard. But no, I don't think it's to do... While I understand that the team principle is where the book stops, I think... we have to understand there are literally hundreds and hundreds of moving parts, meaning people involved in the team, right? And not everything is the team principal's fault or whatever, We're on board with Norris. I mean, the McLaren does look good. What's your take on Hamilton and Mercedes in general? Right now, at this part, the Mercedes looks better than it did last season. Will it look as good when the speeds increase? I don't know. I think you're going to see a better Mercedes than last season, but will they be any closer to Red Bull or Ferrari? Well, that's the thing, isn't it? It's not as if Red Bull and Ferrari have stood still. So it's a tough one, isn't it? It's a tough one to call and answer. Please do smash the like button, guys. We've just hit over 200 likes, and please do subscribe to the channel. We're at 829 subs now. We are flying towards partnership on YouTube, so please hit that subscribe button. Is any cars porpoising? No. I honestly prefer the opening round to be in Australia. In my head, it's in Australia just because it always was. Like the end of the season was always in Suzuka, right? When I was young, I think Ferrari may have had a mistake by. May have made a mistake giving hints to Binotto that he may lose his TP role. How do you mean, though? I was on the train that Binotto getting sacked from TP, but looking back, he probably should have been given more time. I think he should have been given more time. I've said basically forever that I felt Binotto should have had another season. I understand people saying he shouldn't have been given more time, but I think he should have been given time to address the issues that Ferrari suffered last season and dissect it and really understand it, make personnel changes like Fred Vasseur has just done, and maybe he wasn't given enough time. But ifs, buts and maybes, what's done is done. It is what it is. What have we got left? We have an hour and 22 minutes left of the session. My lord, I'm definitely not off to go and get a cup of tea in this session, am I? I did this morning. I've watched all of the testing so far, bringing it to you guys. I mean, right now, the Red Bull's looking stronger, but Hamilton is on a long run now, 13 laps deep on his medium tyres. Well, Jason, that's one of the reasons. That's one of the reasons the saying Vasseur is a good choice, because the saying he's got a really good relationship with Leclerc, right? And the saying that's what the problem was actually at Ferrari. The saying that the relationship breakdown between Leclerc and Binotto was the downfall of Binotto. It wasn't necessarily the results. It was that Leclerc had no trust in what was happening at the team, and they put their stock in Leclerc over Binotto, is the rumour. There's rumours going on that Merc might bring a new side pod around Baku. What's your take on that? I've done a video on that. Check the channel. I've done a whole video on that, Si. Please do check it out. TSK, how excited are you for this season? I'm hoping for more competitiveness. I'm super excited. That's why I've been here all day. Honestly, I'm very, very excited. I'm not even going to lie, guys, right? Take it easy, Spring. I've had to get other child arrangements so that I could stay streaming. Made the most of this. Take care, man. Where's Chaco? He's driving the afternoon from tomorrow. He's driving tomorrow afternoon and then all day Saturday. Binotto was a first-class technical director. They should have made him TP. Aston Martin also with heavy tyre degradation. Who do you think will win an equal car, Hamilton or Verstappen? It's difficult to say. Do you think Vettel will return? Nope. Hopefully Ferrari will get their strategies right this season. Hopefully, in my opinion, Mercedes should just go back to having side pods. I mean, look, I think simply saying that is a super simplistic take. All of the teams have said, be it Red Bull, Mercedes, Ferrari, Aston Martin, Alpine, they've all said it's about what we can't see, and there you go. Which car launch was the best? Ferrari. I don't think anyone would say anything different. I think everyone would agree it was Ferrari, right? But yeah, last night I was like, it's funny how this content creation stuff works, because I was only planning on doing the morning stream today, and I was like, last night, really late on, I was like, shall I do watch-alongs tomorrow for the testing? Because those of you might not know, I'm actually a full-time content creator and streamer over on Twitch with my normal channel, not this. But I really want this channel to grow. So I was like, shall I do watch-alongs tomorrow for the testing? Will people come and watch? And I did this mornings, and it was really good. We had like 30 people here, and I was like, I'm going to do this afternoon. That was solid today. That was solid this morning. And now I've done the afternoon stream, and look at this, 330 people in the stream. Mate. Mate. My Twitch is Pit Lanes. I do sim racing on there. I'll share it. Why not? If you're into your gaming stuff, guys, then I also stream over on Twitch with sim racing stuff. On the daily, it's my job, full-time content creator. So if you're into, that's me streaming. But if you're into your gaming streams as well, that's my main thing, actually. But I'd like this to be my main thing. I'm not gonna lie. I'd like this to be my main thing. How you doing, Reese? Oh, you've already been here. Sorry. Yeah. See you later, dude. Take care. It's going to be fun if Merc bring 400 million in the game. Hey? Have I missed something? What's going on? Well, part of that is you're actually in the frame answering, commenting. Most channels I've seen today are only data, no presence. Mate, I'm right here. This is life. This is life. This is life. Look. Formula One. And then under that, we've got the Alpine rep there. And then just over there, I've got a Ferrari top. I've got an Aston top, a McLaren top, loads of Fernando Alonso memorabilia up on my shelf. I just love it. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind words, guys. Really appreciate it. Make sure you subbed. The coverage is going to be patchy over the next few days. There's not much I can do about it. I'd love to be live for all of it, but I'm a dad before everything. I have to be a dad. I have to do that side of things. I have to do life. But I will be live as much as possible. As much as I possibly can. I will be live. Is Charles struggling? I don't believe so. I don't believe he's struggling. Leclerc has done 41 laps. I don't think he's struggling at all. I think they're just sticking to their program and doing what they need to do. This is absolutely flying, mate. Absolutely flying. Norris has done 2 10-lap stints on hards. Just getting data then. Where am I from? I'm in the UK. I'm in the UK. Where is everyone from? Let me know in chat. Whereabouts are you from and watching today? Where are you from? Let us know. Hammy's bluffing. Don't agree. I think that was the performance at the moment for him. Main USA, Portugal, all. What team do you support? Alonso is my driver. I don't really support a team. I like Alpine, but I don't really know on team really. It's actually getting toasty, Rich. I don't know how you're hacking a jumper. Lack of heating. How you doing? India, Virginia, Belgium, India, Venezuela, Germany, New Jersey, Mauritius, Croatia, Grimsby. Joburg, Texas, Cape Town, Portugal, Ipswich, Belgium, India, Romania, not Grimsby, Houston, Texas, Philippines, which in fact F1 content is so hard to find here. Well, you're welcome every time. Netherlands, Wales, Belgium, Illinois, Netherlands, Ipswich, Trinidad, North London. Welcome to everyone in chat. France, love to see it. Global for TSK F1. Big fan from Hong Kong. Who do you think is the best driver on the grid? Ooh. Oh, that's a difficult one. Uganda, India, Johannesburg, up the TSK, Switzerland, Greenland, watching on holiday in Spain, but from the UK, Luxembourg, Malaysia. Best driver on the grid. Do I have to answer that? Because it's just going to cause arguments. Do I have to answer who I think is the best driver on the grid? JS is from Hong Kong and thinks it's Max. Okay. This is just gonna... Look. I'm an Alonso fan, and I think my excitement when Alonso went for a lap earlier showed I'm clearly an Alonso fan. Very much an Alonso fan, as we see him lock up into turn 8. For me, the best driver on the grid right now is Lewis Hamilton. Hate me. Opinion makes it funny. Opinion makes it fun. I think Hamilton is the best driver on the grid. Literally, don't do that, Rudy. Don't do that. Don't hit me with the it's because he's in the UK nonsense. I literally said, do you want me to show all of my Alonso memorabilia up on the shelf here? Like, I don't have British bias. My favourite drivers have been Michael Schumacher, have been Nico Rosberg, have Seb Vettel, Fernando Alonso. So there you go. Can you explain what happened to the Mercedes team performance? I think they're right on, honestly. I think Mercedes are right on at the minute. I think they're just sticking to their plan. Mercedes. Honestly, I don't think there's anything wrong with their performance right now. Max is the best driver. Alonso and Hammy next. Charles fourth. It's not a bad shout. I think, for me, For me, my only caveat with Max is, and I said this a couple of hours ago, I don't think he's there yet, and this is a compliment. I think Max has got levels to go. I don't think we aren't seeing a prime Max yet. And I think we see Lewis, and I think we may have seen Lewis. And I think Max has still got levels to go. I don't think he's where he's at. Like, I don't think he's at the end of his journey in terms of improvement. I think there are still holes in his package as a whole as a driver, and that's not me knocking him. I mean that as a compliment. That's scary to the rest of the grid. I truly think that, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing. There is that it's an opinion. It's an opinion, and I'm not saying that's a bad thing for Max. I think that's a scary thing to fans of anyone else but Max. And I think that's a good thing for Max fans, because I think there's more to come from Max. Like, last year was easy. He didn't really have any competition. The Ferrari, they imploded, you know? So if you're a Max fan listening to what I'm saying, it is a compliment, what I'm saying. It's a compliment. And that's why, for me, even now, we haven't started the season, I still feel Lewis, he still has, he's a more rounded driver because he's been there and done it. And I think Max has still got those levels to go. And that's scary for everyone else, because he's obviously elite, two-time world champion, right up there. And that's all I mean. And I mean it as I mean that as a compliment, and I hope that's been taken as a compliment, because that's how I mean it. I'm not knocking him. I just think you look at Max sometimes and think, there's more there. There's more there. You know what I mean? Paris, Charles has potential. Do you think Mercedes F1 team are paying humble in Bahrain testing? No. I think they're just doing their thing. Jason says, I'm a Max fan, I agree. Lewis Hamilton is still the best. I don't know why I feel like Max will no longer win any more championships. I really hope I'm wrong. That's the first time I've ever seen a Max fan say that. I think he'll win more championships. He'll probably win this season. Lewis Hamilton for me, agreed. Gled says, yeah, I agree. Do you think you'd ever see Max in a Merc? If Mercedes didn't have George Russell, I think there'd be more chance of seeing Max in a Merc once Lewis went. But I think George is their plan post Lewis, right? I hope they'll all be in the same team someday, so they'll have the same car. The arguments between Max and Lewis fans will end. I don't get into the Max versus Lewis. That's why I didn't really want to answer the question. I'm not a fan of either of them. I respect both of them greatly. They're both incredible drivers. Max literally won his first race right after joining Red Bull. Okay. I'm not sure if he should have won the first one. I do see Max in a Merc. I really don't know how or why I feel that. Well, at least you're being honest, Jason. I think Max is going to leave Red Bull if he decides to stay in F1 far past his prime. If Ferrari sort out their reliability, then they're in with a shout. I wanted Lewis Hamilton to go to Ferrari a couple of seasons ago because of his career. Ferrari is Ferrari, right? And it seemed the right end to Lewis Hamilton's career to sort of bookend it with Ferrari. I don't see it happening now, but it just seemed right. You know, like Vettel went there. Obviously, he was trying to emulate Schumacher, but Ferrari are Ferrari. And, you know, Alonso's been there, Schumacher's been there, Vettel's been there. And it just seemed right at one stage, a couple of seasons ago, for Lewis to have gone to Ferrari. With his record and stuff, it just seemed like his career should have a stint at Ferrari. You know? In the same year, Russell beat Lewis last year. Fact? Oh, sort of. Hamilton fan here, but one thing haunts my mind. Why did Russell dominate last season and why did Hamilton not? Anyway, you say 100% Hamilton support. Okay, so we had 2 comments in a row about Russell beating Lewis. By Lewis's admission, by George's admission, by Toto's admission, by James Vowell's admission, by everyone involved in Mercedes, they all of them including George, said Lewis Hamilton was testing all of the experimental stuff on that Mercedes last year, and lots of it was trash. There you go. That's why. And that's what I put it down to completely. And be logical. Take bias out of it, guys. Who are you giving experimental stuff, right? Take Lewis Hamilton and George Russell out of it. Aston Martin, now, they have Fernando Alonso and they have Lance Stroll. Who are you going to give the experimental stuff that you need feedback on? You're giving it to Fernando Alonso. Same thing in Mercedes. Are you giving the experimental stuff to George Russell, or are you giving it to the 7-time world champion? You're giving it to the 7-time world champion because he's more likely to drive around those issues and give you the more exacting feedback. Because he's just older. He's being about the game. And I'm not being biased. They all said it, including George. I'm not being... There is no UK bias on that. It is what it is. Sometimes you just have to go, there's no mixed message there. And just go, oh, they're all saying that. Maybe it's true. And that they're all saying it. They're all saying it. So sometimes there isn't a lot. Sometimes there's not a conspiracy, but just take bias out of it. Look at it. You're the boss, and you say, who am I giving this work to? The really experienced guy who's gonna really just suck it up, do the work, give me the feedback, and maybe have more ability, frankly, to drive around the issues, or the new guy. And I'm not saying George Russell's bad, but you're giving it to Lewis Hamilton every time. If he went to Ferrari, he wouldn't be a 7-time world champion. Probably not. Varun, I mean, look, I'm not about that. Toto will break the moon for Lewis. We know how much he loves Hamilton and will do any length to maintain his PR. Why would George Russell be on board with it? Answer me that. Why would George Russell toe the line why would he lie? It's such a weird accusation to me. Why would everyone be in on this lie to bump up Hamilton's ego? I think people like to think that about Hamilton, but I don't really see evidence of Hamilton being this egotistical arsehole that everyone likes to think he is. Let's talk about Norris. If Matt get the car wrong again this season, I can't see him staying, and I think Merck will be looking at him for sure, especially if Lewis gets beaten by George again. Christian, I've literally just explained, mate. I've literally just spent the last 3 minutes explaining. It wasn't the same car. So, I mean, I've literally just explained. Half of the chat agreed because they know as well. I'm not going over it again. You can rewind if you want the last 3 minutes and listen to what I said, but Red Bull does have room at the moment, just like Mercedes had for years. Last year proved that we need more competition, more action, just like old times. I miss that. Too much drama nowadays. Yeah, it gets into this tit for tat nonsense, doesn't it? And I'm not about it. You see, JS, a lot of people have talked about Norris to McLaren. It's an interesting thing. Lots of people have been saying it for ages. People have said it for ages. I'm not against the idea, but you can't ignore where Norris is currently and where Piastri finished this session. You can't ignore those situations. Please do make sure you're smashing the like button and subscribing to the channel, guys. It really, really happens. It really helps. Absolutely tons. Please do. People who say Russell is better than Hamilton probably believe Sainz is better than Leclerc. It makes things happen, John. I'm not being funny. After 3¼ hours of talking relentlessly, my throat is sore. This is hefty going. Who will replace Hamilton? George Russell. What do you mean, Philip? What do you mean? Could Lewis fight for the title this year? Yeah. Schumacher, Vettel, and Lewis dominate the sport for decades, with Lewis being the last people against him. Yeah, probably. Russell is quite capable of beating Lewis. I believe he is that good. I agree. However, I think Lewis' experience counts for a lot. Yep. Exactly, Keith. Exactly. George is capable of it, but experience is experience. Simple as that. When Hamilton leaves, it'll be Mick who fills in second. I've thought that. I think that. Look at post Rosberg days at Mercedes. It's logical, right now looking at it, it's logical to say you would have George Russell and Schumacher, number 1, number 2 in Mercedes. Will it happen? Maybe not. But something makes me feel like that's more likely than George Russell, Lando Norris, because you'd have 2 drivers who want to and have earned the right to be number 1 in a team, and that creates issues again. And would Toto want to avoid that? Very likely, because he said Rosberg and Lewis was a nightmare, and it's a tough one. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but Toto said he'll go after Max to drive for Mercedes. I've never seen him say that. That's interesting. It's obvious Russell won't do anything to get kicked out of a title fighting car. I respect Lewis as a driver a lot. He's definitely one of the best, but he's arrogant. I've watched a lot to say this. Don't agree at all. I think if Russell didn't... Right, look. Can we just be sensible? Because I hate this bias. It's nonsense. It's obvious Russell won't do anything to get kicked out from a title fighting car. Right. Who won a race for Mercedes last season? Can anyone answer that in chat, please? Can anyone answer? Who won a race for Mercedes last season? Who won a race for them? Russell? George? Russell? George? Russell? Russell? George? Now answer me another question. Who stopped George Russell winning a race last season? Who stopped George Russell winning a race for Mercedes last season? Who stopped him? Nobody stopped him. He won it. So what is this nonsense about Russell won't do anything to get kicked out? It's absolute nonsense. Why do people keep doing it? Oh, Lewis Hamilton this, Lewis Hamilton this. It's nonsense. You're making it up in your own head. You're literally making things up. It never happened. Now, if it just does my head in. Yeah, it's not like Lewis said, I've told you my reasons last summer, is it? It's not like Lewis did that. It's just infuriating. People have made up this whole rivalry in the heads. And, Norris with a lap. Good to see. Norris with a lap. Love to see that. Up to 8th place on some new mediums. Love to see that. It's hard to say. I mean, we've done our pre-season prediction on the channel. Yeah, the media just jump in and everyone listens to it. Dr. Helmut Marko said a few minutes ago that everything is perfect on the car is not a development, it's more evolution. Yeah, exactly, Bash. So the statement and the wind tunnel penalty is more a one-try thing than regular testing. And no one's sandbagging. No one's sandbagging Monotone. Is Leclerc struggling? I don't think Leclerc's struggling. The only the only team I was on the opinion of they were struggling, honestly, was McLaren. But Norris has just popped that time in. Can we just throw it out there? Look, now at this stage of the day, less than an hour to go, I'm throwing it out there. Albon and Zhou's time from this morning are mighty impressive. I know times don't matter, but that's a Williams in fourth, and the track is much faster now. That is mad. That Albon's time is still up there. And I'm firmly in the boat. Times don't matter, but it's up there. Albon was this morning when the track was hotter, much slower. Very interesting. Very interesting that it's up there. Very interesting. Drugovich was this morning. He was hindered a bit by reliability problems, Dan. Why everyone want Lewis to retire, I don't know. They'll all miss him when he's gone. Isn't the track better earlier in the day? No, it would normally be better into the evening. As the track cools a little bit, it allows the usage of softer tyres more in the window and stuff like that. Albon got overshadowed by Verstappen in Red Bull. Look, I said this earlier, Dan. I said this earlier, right? I said this earlier. You won't. It's a saying. I've forgotten exactly what the saying is, but it is a saying that I wish I knew I was living in the good old days before before they were over, or whatever the saying is, right? Saying you won't miss Lewis is like saying you won't miss Formula One, right? When I was younger, I love Michael Schumacher. To me, the GOAT. To me, the greatest that's ever done it. To me, he defined what it meant to be a modern elite racing driver, right? I didn't hate Mika Hakkinen at all, but I disliked him because he was the rival of Schumacher. When Mika Hakkinen was gone, I then realised I was sad that he'd retired because those days were over and that was done. And then I was the same with Alonso, but I got it more. When Alonso was fighting Schumacher, I understood more. That's Formula One. So when Lewis goes, Max fans will have to look at it and go, that's done. Whatever the situation around 2021 and stuff, that's done. It was box office, those battles, they're done forever. They're gone, and they're gone, and they're done. And it's sad when it happens. I wish more fans could take that on face value. It just, whoever you're a fan of, just hate the other guy less, is what I'm saying. We don't know any of them. None of you know Max Verstappen. None of you know Lewis Hamilton. None of you know Charles Leclerc personally. None of you know anything about them. Just what you see on a TV screen and what bias is given to you by that TV screen or that report asking a certain question or the context of which they cut a clip down to give the answer they want to present you with. None of us know them. I'm sure they're all absolutely sound individuals, right? I'm sure they are. Just enjoy the sport, enjoy the battles, have bants and things, fine. But there's so much in modern Formula One fandom where it is just like, I hate Max, I hate Lewis. No, you don't. You don't know him. You don't know him. You have no basis to hate them. Just enjoy the battles and enjoy the fun. That's Formula One. That's Formula One. You know? That's it. That's it. I think Hamilton leaves will have amazing races, but we can only hope. We can only hope. We can only hope that we have great battle. This is the hope, isn't it? When a Hamilton goes, that we have Leclerc picking up the mantle. We have Russell picking up the mantle. Verstappen keeping his performance level high. Sainz in amongst it. Norris maybe. That we have those battles continuing. That's what we hope for. That's what we hope for. please do hit that subscribe button, guys. Would you believe we've had 150 subscribers in this stream, right? If everyone in the stream hit that subscribe button now, we'd be so close to becoming YouTube partners, right? That means absolutely tons to this channel. Now, if you're into your Formula 1 content, I'm live every morning, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. with the latest F1 news. So every day, Monday to Friday, 9 a.m., I'm live, F1 news, and I'm right on it, researched that morning, everything latest done. I'm going to be doing watch-alongs for every qualifying session and every race this season, unless some kind of emergency happens. And I'm going to be bringing you more content about the testing. I can't cover it as well as I have today. Unfortunately, I'd love to, but I can't. But please hit that subscribe button, guys. Please hit that subscribe button. It's very difficult to make way in the content creation space when you're starting out and you're trying. There are big boys out there. We all know who they are. But I think I offer something different because maybe I'm a little bit older, and maybe I offer a different kind of opinion and things, because I just try and rely on facts. I don't rely on being edgy about my opinions, anything like that. I just see what I see and say what I say based on as much fact as I can, because I don't like controversy. I don't like that side of things. I like racing. I love Formula 1, and I have done for the last 30 odd years. So if that's kind of your content, hit that sub button, guys. It is Philip. It is. I hope Hamilton signs a new contract and will stay to win his 8th championship. That would be mad if he did that. I think Norris just needs a better car. He has championship in there. Alonso! Alonso! Oh, boy! Go on, mate. It's not about times, Rich. It's not about times. It's not about times. It's not about times, Rich. It's not. Holy sugar plums. Go on, Alonso! Go on, lad! Go on, lad! Oh! Oh, mate! So, you know those people who said earlier that I was saying stuff about Lewis because I'm from the UK? You didn't see me react like that for Lewis. I'm clearly an Alonso fan. Come on, lad. Come on, lad. Oh, could Alonso have the car? Oh, mate. Come on. I'm excited. I'm excited. Oh, I'm excited now. It was me. Yeah. I'm not biased unless it's Alonso. But I still conceded. Genuinely, I think Hamilton is the driver on the grid. But, oh, that's exciting for me. Oh, that's very interesting. What's going on at Red Bull there, guys? Oh, they dropped it off their jack? So they dropped Max's car off the jack, it seems like. Oh, is Alonso? Oh, mate, I'm. Stay calm, Goodwin. Stay calm. I'm not biased. I'm not biased, honestly. Has Ferrari had any issues? I don't think so. I don't think they've had any issues. I don't think Ferrari have had any issues. Lots of laps done. Fantastic. Verstappen. Look, we can't read into it. We have to remember. I'm sure Yuki Tsunoda was the fastest in pre-season testing last season. So, yes, Glad. I know. It's exciting, mate. Look, it's different. It's different. It's different, isn't it? Alonso, as an Alonso fan, he's been languishing in mediocrity for a few seasons. So just to see that is lovely. It's like the Schumacher pole at Monaco that never was, you know, because he got up a penalty. For me, that was really, really special as a Schumacher fan at the time, you know. Um, so I'll take that moment as an Alonso fan, even if that promise doesn't tally over into the season. It's lovely to see. It's lovely to see. Um, Very lovely to see, in fact. But yeah, I'm expecting a few fast runs now. Not representative, but business as usual for Red Bull. Pretty much, Matthew. Pretty much. Pretty much. Loving this. What do you all think it's the reason why Merc is slow? I don't think it is slow, is it? I don't think it is slow, Sokol. If Aston can get a car near the top three, Alonso. Look, I will say this. Look, again, I know I'm biased, and I accept it in saying this, but I'd be interested to know your takes on it because I don't think there's many Alonso fans in the chat. Alonso in the last few years is, especially last season, had some genuinely incredible races. If that Aston is anywhere near, he will drive the wheels off it for a result. He will absolutely drive the wheels off it, mate, to get a result, and I believe that firmly. I think he will, like, he'll go levels of aggression beyond what others will to get a result, I think. Just because of where he's been at. He knows that. And he knows what winning is as well. You know, just would have been lovely to see if it was Hamilton in that position. Yeah, but Hamilton hasn't tried to do a fast lap in ages now. He's on a 13-lap long run. P2 in Wet Canada qualify was indeed unexpected. Leclerc fourth. We appreciate you, Sausage Curve, for objectivity and racing knowledge. I'm admitting my biases, but I am trying to be unbiased with nearly everything else. Why are they playing in mediums and not soft? Because it's testing. It's not about ultimate speed, even though I just got really excited. It's about testing the car, the limit. They need to know how the medium tyres react on the new car, right? For a long run. So that's what it's about. I think Alonso is going to be the thorn in the side of the strong top teams. It'd be cool. When I see red cars 3 and 4, it's like I have deja vu. Yeah. Is it true? 257 people watching. Yes. We're a lot down on what we did. Did Mercedes already test hard? Good question. I'm not sure. Is there a limit on tyre usage? I asked chat on that, Neon. I'm not sure. Was 400 at one point, Pascal? Thank you so much for hanging out today, guys. I'm so deeply appreciative. Please do hit that like button on the stream. It helps tons. And also make sure you're hitting that subscribe button. I'm live every morning at 9 a.m. With the latest news. And I'm also going to be doing watch-alongs for every race and just content everywhere. So please do subscribe if you're into this kind of F1 content. Because, yeah, trying to grow the channel. Lots and lots. We have 42 minutes to go. Who do you think will win F1 this season? I've done a video on the channel with Harry and John from the Sausage Curb as well. So go and check that out. We've done our season predictions. Why Merc rear wing too big? Is it? Is the Merc rear wing big? Is the Merc rear wing big? Has anyone else noticed that? I can't say I've noticed that, AH Power. They have to use a prototype tyre at some stage. Yeah, they all have. Thank you, Richard. I can't say I've No, I can't say I've noticed. Personally, I think Max will win again, but it'll be closer. I hope it's closer. Seeing a replay of Alonso down into turn 10, lock up of front left, extremely common here at Bahrain. Extremely common. It's a challenging corner complex, that is. We're the ones to appreciate you sharing your knowledge. I'm glad that someone that doesn't have their opinion shaped from the media subscribed and will join that button when it's available. Oh, that's super nice of you, Kai. Very nice of you. Thank you. Yes, it's quite big look-like. I'll keep an eye on it. After 1 year, I'm still not used to seeing the car with no side pods. I kind of like it. I still believe that the W14 will challenge for the F1 title. Braking while turning, it is indeed tricky. You've got to have that balance bang on, right? It's interesting though because there had been talk. Let's not forget the Aston Martin there. Let's talk about the Aston Martin. They have Dan Fallows, and he was one of the heads over at Red Bull for years in their technical department with Adrian Newey. He's now with Aston Martin, and he has helped in the development of this car. Now, this isn't to say that this Aston Martin is some kind of Red Bull copy or anything like that, but they are getting that experience. Aston Martin have done a lot of incredible recruitment, and they're doing a lot with the facilities, the new factory, and I've said now for a couple of seasons, I truly believe in the next 3 to 5 years, Aston Martin will be up there. Maybe we're seeing the beginning of that. Maybe we're seeing the beginning of that. I honestly think that Russell and Hamilton are going to be pulling points from each other, similar to 2000 McLaren season. What is the maximum capacity for fuel in an F1 car? How long can it go on one fill? Is it still 110 litres? I think it's less now, right? How long can a car go on one fill? Like an hour and a half-ish? 2 hours at a push, I think. My phone is going mental. Thank you to everyone subscribing. Really appreciate it. Really appreciate it. Can we get to 900 subs before the end of the stream? We need 30 more. If you've not subscribed, hit that subscribe button, guys. 110 kilos, not, well, litres. I think it's been lowered, hasn't it? Toto said they have a plan B. Right. No. No. Toto hasn't. Well, has he actually? Ooh. No, okay. So we've got two different things. Language is very important here. Toto said for W14, that's not our final car. Now, is that saying we have a lot of things coming for it, or is this confirmation of the plan B? What do we think? And this is the thing I'm saying, Keith. Testing cars are never the final car. For context, Aston Martin, they said 2/3 of this Aston Martin will change by the end of the season. 2/3 of the car is already planned to change by the end of the season. Is that all that Toto Wolff is alluding to in saying this isn't our end point? Like, this isn't it. The same as Aston Martin have said. And that's how I feel. I don't think it's Plan B confirmation, unless he has literally said that. Let's not say things that haven't been said. Did he say that? Or did he say, like, it's not fully done yet? What kind of fuel? I actually don't know. We have a developing a car in Brackley if this side pod... So he specifically said... So, Ted Sky F1, yes, I did a video on that. Toto said there are things in development. Okay, these are two different things, though. These are different things, though, guys. Right? Let's not do the modern thing of diving on anything. Right? Let's not jump on things, because I won't say things like it unless I see confirmation. Right? Toto Wolff saying things are in development doesn't mean a plan B. That means things are in development. That means we've got a new front wing coming. That means we've got a new floor coming. That means we have a new side pod shape coming. We have a new engine cover coming. They're different things. So let's I'll look for an actual quote on this, but Sergeant into P10. Ooh, I didn't notice that. Good shout on that. My phone has gone mental. Toto statement could be true for every team. Exactly, that's my point, Philip. I hope Mercedes improve their formula because they're definitely not. Well, we can't say that, so-called. We can't say they're not winning with this, but you know, I'm taking what has just been said with a pinch of salt. I'm not reactionary, and let's not say things that haven't been said. You know, let's not just say things that haven't been said. To me, it looks like no side pods on Merckxim draggies. Now, it's a difficult thing, right? They said the car last year was draggy. Mercedes aren't idiots. There must be a reason they have the no side pod thing. And many, many teams have said it's the floor that matters. Like, Williams have said it, Aston Martin have said it, Mercedes, Ferrari, Red Bull, they've all said it's the floor that matters. And Mercedes, to go 2 seasons this way, they must see something, right? They must see something. And I don't know enough about aerodynamics. I don't know. You know, I don't know enough about aerodynamics. I do know that the new sort of knuckles or the shoulders over the engine cover, they're to reduce drag. I get that. I understand that. But, you know, TSK, I really appreciate you doing this stream. Here in the US, I have trouble catching preseason testing because they can't usually have it on ESPN Plus. Only in the US, I don't have membership. Oh, dude, I'm sorry about that. Or Williams have the paint out. Should be had it on Alonso's lap. You look like you could be one, to be honest. Toto mentioned if they used a similar design to Red Bull, they would have a whole season. Exactly. People are so fixated on the side pods, but these people, these are not the most important. Eric, ball jokes. I don't mind a ball joke. Been bald long enough to take jokes on being bald. I'm streamlined. Guys, we are 24 subscribers away from 900. It would be mad to get that. Please hit the subscribe button, hit that like button on the stream. This is absolute. What a stream today, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I hope you've enjoyed your time here. We've got 33 minutes left of this wonderful, wonderful stuff. God gave some people hair, others he gave brains. Yeah, Lando in 8th. Hamilton on the hard tyres. I think this is his first run on the hards, isn't it? Really appreciate the stream. I'm away in Mexico and can't get it live. Loving the unbiased. Now, I'm trying to be unbiased. I think that's why I get triggered when someone says he's saying that because he's British. I don't like it because I very much try and be unbiased unless Alonso puts in what appears to be a really good time. When's the first race? The first race is next weekend. Next weekend, a week on Sunday, and I will be live doing a watch along for it. So yeah. I do see all the comments, so-called. I just can't shout everything out. Can't shout everything out. I do try my best to be as interactive as possible. I want this to be a thing where it's a back and forth. The morning news show, I do talk about the news. It's normally a 30-minute slot every morning where I bring you the newest and freshest news about Formula One, and I've been doing it now for months, every morning. So I do sort of just talk about the news, and then I'll take some comments on a particular news article, and then we'll move on to the next news article, and then we'll chat about it, and so on. But it's normally a 30-minute thing. Please make sure you're coming along at 9 a.m. or checking it out, because I do it every morning. Is the preseason televised anywhere? It is. It's on in the UK. It's on Sky Sports. I don't know about other places. Can't wait to hear the F1 theme kick in. Um, I seem to have forgotten, but was the Mercs having weight issues last season? I think some teams still are. Factual news and gets everything bang on way before slow sports news. Cheers, Glad. ESPN in America. Cheers, TCC. For now, it looks like Mercedes is going to be third, maybe fourth. Fastest car. I mean, it's difficult to say. Oh, God, I really want to stream all day tomorrow. Eagle, I'm going to put you on a timeout if you carry on. God. Yes, it is. It is, Paul. It's very accurate. We've got to. Oh, they're doing pit stop practice at Alpine. It is. Has anyone got a tally of laps? I think the closest to Ferrari on 120-ish, right? 125. What have Mercedes done? Mercedes have done 134, something like that. So Verstappen has done the most laps in the Red Bull. Did Mercedes put the cars on softs? I don't think so. Williams has more, does it, mate? Williams 7. Bloody hell. 144. Same amount of laps for Williams as Red Bull. It's brilliant for Williams, that. How you doing, Craig? Brilliant for Williams, that. God, I wish I could stream tomorrow all day. I really, really do. It is great for Williams. Have Red Bull only have one car at track with no running for Perez? All of the teams only have one car at the track. They're only allowed to use one car, sorry. And Perez gets in the car tomorrow afternoon and then is in it all day on Saturday. Williams need to fight for titles again. It'd be wonderful to see. Williams are racking up the laps. They are. It's brilliant to see. It's really good. Really, really good. Well, I mean, this is ace. This is ace. Thank you to everyone for hanging out today. Really, really appreciate it. Is Max ever getting rest today? I don't think so, mate. They're animals. They're animals. The physicality to do 144 laps is mad. You know, we were joking about Alonso doing it, but he would. Alonso would do it. They're all capable of it, fitness-wise. You know. It's mad, really, though, because us mere mortals, when they say it shows that how elite just an athlete. Take away driving performance. It shows how elite an athlete, a Formula One driver is, doesn't it? Right? Because what do they say? 2 or 3 laps and a normal person, the neck is gone. They can't hold the head up anymore because of the cornering forces. And there's Max Verstappen onto his 145th lap of the day. And being very honest and open, that they're all capable of it. And that's crazy. That is, however you look at it, they are elite athletes. With almost any professional sport I can think of, they are incredible athletes. They really are. Indeed, Alvin, because he wasn't in a race seat. And he was a fit racing driver, right? But now he's a Formula One driver. He'll have upped all his training and everything, won't he? But, well, I'm not being funny, Keith, exactly. Keith, the cornering forces for a transit van did Keith in. Oh dear. Oh dear. 9 days until the next race. Oh, we're nearly there. We're nearly there, guys. We're nearly there. It depends how you drive the van. Yeah. Uh, yeah, probably. Probably. Will the curse continue? Whoever wins the first race not becoming champion? Maybe, who knows? Maybe, who knows? Guys, I'm freaking out a little bit. I'm freaking out a little bit because I believe we are so close to becoming partnered on YouTube. We're very, very close. Rich, you intrigued for the new F1 game? Not even slightly. Don't care about it, mate. Sorry. Why only Verstappen doing the test by Red Bull? It's just Red Bull, what they've decided to do. Checo will be in the car tomorrow evening and then all day Saturday. Loving the Williams running 6th and 10th. Yeah, it's really good, isn't it? Seems like the Mercs have the lowest top speed. No, Russell did 287, so I don't think so. Do we know if times here are down compared to last year? No, they're not. They're up. They are currently a second faster. Max almost 3 times race distance. It's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. I'm going to annoy everyone because we've got 25 minutes to go in this session, right? And there's 252 of you in the chat right now. We're only 17 subscribers away from 900 subscribers. If you like this kind of F1 content, if you want F1 watch-alongs, if you want to chill out with me on race days and qualifying and watch the content, if you want news every morning about F1, all of that stuff, hit that subscribe button. And yeah, help it happen. Hit that subscribe button. Verstappen and Sainz, 291 kilometer. Yeah, indeed. Please hit that subscribe button. It really, really helps. Absolute craziness. Absolute craziness. Absolute love it. Love it, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out today. Dare I dream that this is the beginning of something awesome with TSK F1? Dare I dream? Right then. Yes, you dare. Maybe, John. Maybe. Maybe. Who knows? God, I wish I could stream. I really wish I could stream tomorrow. I really do so much. Alonso on another lap. He is. He is. Alonso's on a fast middle sector here. Oh, he dropped off in the final. Oh, you tease. If Alonso did that, I think I'd have just gone all unnecessary. Oh, he ran wide on the final corner, the boy. Oh, Alonso, so close. He'd have got it. Oh. I think he'd have done it without running wide there. Yeah. I think he'd have been P1 there. I think he'd have been P1 there. Yeah, I'd have freaked out there. You saw me go mental for P2, but I would have gone mental. L plan, mate. L plan. Oh, God. Oof, oof, so close. Wouldn't it be great, though? Wouldn't it be great? Look, let's look at it. Wouldn't it be really genuinely great if Williams and Alfa Romeo and Aston Martin really have made a step? Wouldn't that be great? Look at the times. I know they don't matter, but wouldn't it be great if they, honest to God, have made a jump in performance for the sport? You know, wouldn't it be great? I know I've just said that about 20 times, but I'm dreaming. I've stuck £4 on Alonso each way at 150 to 1. Why not, mate? Why not? If I knew how to, well, gamble aware. But I probably would if I knew how to do any of that. Wouldn't it be great, Craig? Wouldn't it be great? What an idiot. This is why we still need Alonso. He'll always push no matter what, yeah. I just want the Merc to go on soft and push it. I don't think I've ever set a thing. Now, an interesting thing. If anyone is actually watching the coverage right now, you may have seen the aero rakes this morning and a bit this afternoon, where they've got all those big apparatus sticking off the car and things like that, and sensors. At the front of that Alfa Romeo, about halfway up the nose cone, you see an L-shaped thing. That is actually a pitot sensor, and that is doing the same job as the aero rakes do. And that's actually to measure speed and pressure, but speed on the car. And most of the cars have these, and that's to measure the speed. And they all have them all the time. Well, nearly all of them, I think. And WEC cars have them and all sorts. But there you go. They never gone on soft throughout the state because it's not about speed, so-called. It would certainly make F1 FIA happy if competition was better. I'd like it. Oh. Bring Ultrasoft compound once again. Well, I mean, it's still there. It never went away, did it? They just changed the colouring and whatnot of them. They just changed how they were presented to people. My £5 free bet has just gone on Alonso. Really? Blooming heck. People going all in on Alonso. All in. Guys, 10 of you. I'm going to keep annoying you. 10 of you to hit that subscribe button. We're so close. 10 of you to hit that subscribe button, and we'll be at 900 subscribers, just 100 away from being a partner on YouTube. Imagine. Just imagine. Saturday evening session will be interesting for pace, reliability, and where each team... Oh, God, I know, and I've got to go to the football. I really don't... It's not that I don't want to go to the football. I really want to cover this. I really want to cover this badly. Oh, really badly. I want to cover this. I will be putting out as much content as I possibly can. Wouldn't it be great, Craig? You. How good is the Merc pace? I think it's really good. I think the Mercs is doing a 10-lap run on the hard. Is data collecting. It's very clear this is about testing. It's done a 10-lap run on the hard tyre. It's testing, right? Alonso, is he going for it again? No. Five away. How are you going to rate all the cars? Look, it's hard to look past what Red Bull have done today. Over 150 laps, faultless all day, fastest of the day. It's hard to look past it, isn't it? It's hard. It's... Again, I've said it millions of times, it's not about the times, but you can't look past over 150 laps and fastest on the day. You can't. And joint fastest speed. And it's looked very calm. It's looked very calm at the wheel of that Red Bull all day as well. It's looked very calm, hasn't it? I don't remember a moment, really, apart from running wide a couple of times at the final corner. I don't remember a moment for Verstappen in those 151 laps. Does anyone else? We've seen Alonso run wide. Sainz had many issues. Leclerc, I'm not sure. Hamilton, I don't think he's particularly had problems. Albon, it looked a handful at that. Zhou, he quietly went about his work. Norris, he's out on mediums now. Personal best going in there for Norris up to 5th place. I think he was going for it there. Rich, which team had the aggressive floor? That was Alfa Romeo, right? I don't know what you mean, mate. Maybe I'm forgetting something. I've been sat here all day. Second cost a race. Yeah. Is anyone on new... No one's on new mediums. Ocon's on scrubbed mediums. I think it'd be good for an Alpine lap around now. Because they've got over 100 laps on the board, which is good, but the beginning of the day, apparently the surprise was going to be Alpine. Look, I've thought that that Aston Martin were going to be the surprise package for ages, and I've said this on record all over the place on content. But So you think Ferrari and Mercedes are really less competitive than Red Bull? I don't think they're hiding pace, but you can't look past what Verstappen and Red Bull are doing. From the launches, yeah, it was illegal, Pascal. Their floor was illegal, Pascal. It wasn't. It was literally a show floor. It was illegal upon review. It was loads of sticky bits. Sorry, I completely forgot about that. Yeah, it was an illegal floor. It wasn't ever intended to run. I think it was there as a bit of a red herring to stop people. A red herring, even easy for you to say, to stop people looking at other bits. Are there any rules for tyre use? If there are, I don't know about them, Paul. I'm not sure about that. I'm not being funny. I have talked relentlessly a lot over this today, so my brain is a little bit frazzled. I'm really hoping Man United win tonight as well. That'd make my day. Alonso popping in a time for first place and Man United winning today would make my day. De Vries out on track, on scrubbed mediums indeed. Hamilton definitely on a long run, 13 laps deep into his run on the hards. You and Craig, Gled Slater. Me and Gled Slater, mate. I'm impressed that you've had very few red and yellow flags today. Yeah, very much. You've talked that much, I'm beginning to think it's a red herring. You know what, Craig? You need to sort your life out. We're three subscribers away from 900. Come on, guys, hit that subscribe button. Hit that subscribe button. What a day. What a day we've had. Eh? How good. How good. Argyle are going to Wembley. Argyle might be going to Wembley, but they can't beat Grimsby Town, Keith. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it. Couldn't help it. 900. Go on. What a day. Come on. 900. Cheers, guys. Thank you very, very much. Good luck on Argyle. Good luck on Argyle. Virtual safety car test. Virtual safety car test. United Wembley on Sunday. True. Thank you. 900, guys. The watch time on today's stream might put us over on the watch time as well. Woo. Alonso's on scrubs, but it's the VSC. Alonso now, he's got Flovis all the way down the left-hand side. I should have broke out the Aston Martin top. Tomorrow, I won't be able to cover the entire thing, right? If it's like this on this channel tomorrow, I'm going to be covering as much as I possibly can and not streaming on pit lanes, just to let everyone know, because this is incredible. I'm really hoping we can get this kind of momentum tomorrow. I will be live on here at about 8:20 UK time-ish, and then I'll follow the morning session right through, and then the afternoon session will go from 12:15 through to about... Oh, I think I can do the entire afternoon session tomorrow. So I will do that, but I can't do the entire morning session. I can't do the entire morning session. Sorry, guys. I'd like to. There's no avoiding it. I have to do parent things tomorrow morning. But I believe I can do the entire afternoon session. Why is there a VSC? It's a test. It's a test, much like the drivers are testing and getting used to it, and the mechanics are testing, and the teams are testing. The FIA, F1 have to test their safety systems too. So it's just a test. That's what it's for, guys. And that's why I think they've got the Flovis all over Alonso's car. So it's all good, John. It's all good, dude. It's all good. We could maybe figure that out one day, doing this via a Zoom call, so we can swap and change on watch-alongs and stuff, so that this window I'm sat in is actually a Zoom call, and we can just jump in. Does that make sense? I don't know. I'd figure it out. There's got to be ways to do it. 11 minutes to go on the 11 minutes to go on it. 904 subscribers. Thank you so much. Make sure you're following over on Twitter as well, at the Sausage Curd, BTCC News, F1 News on that Twitter as well. Poor Esteban, P17. Alpine have not done what was expected of them today. A bit of pit stop practice here for Red Bull, I think. Thank you so much for hanging out with me, though, this afternoon, guys. We've been at 200 viewers, over 200 viewers nearly all afternoon, which is crazy. Nearly 10,000 people have come through the stream today. Love it. It's still early days. It is. This watch long got me excited. Cheers, John. Nearing 1K, yeah. I appreciate that, Philip. There's been some lovely comments today, and I'm very appreciative of it. People like saying thank you for doing it and stuff. It's very, very nice. It's very, very nice because I've been working very hard on this. So I'm really hoping when I go live tomorrow, people go, oh, Sausage Curb's live again, and come into the stream again, because it's people chatting, people liking it. Just this is how you grow, you know. So please do, when you see me go live in the morning, please do come into the channel, even if it's for 5 minutes. Please do come in, and I will cover as much as I possibly can for as long as I can tomorrow as well. I'll be doing the same for the races, for qualifying, and I won't lie, if we get this kind of viewership, I'll do all the practice sessions all season as well, as much as possible. So, more people watching than likes. Yeah, people hitting the likes is always a good thing. Watching from Sri Lanka, welcome. Only found your channel today after desperately scrabbling around for some coverage and settling on yours. We'll hopefully be able to join for the next few days and look forward to upcoming content. Thank you very much, Barry. Yeah, I'm putting out video content as well. and little YouTube shorts. So any support on any of those, a little comment, a little like, always appreciated, guys. I was watching Sky F1 watch along for the morning session. I was looking for them to watch this afternoon session and ran across yours. I like you immediately and stayed. Super nice. Thank you very, very much. Been working and watching all day. I can totally say it wasn't distracting at all. Yeah, with the amount of comments you've put in, Guy. Watching from Maryland, US. Got a lot of newbies all rocking up. It's business as usual for yeah. Made work in the office a bit more bearable today. I'm now happy to watch you for the season. Yes, this is a very good place to watch it. Richard's huge knowledge base. Cheers, Spring. Cheers, Spring. I try to. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to Formula One. It's you know, the day job is a full-time content creator sim racing over on Twitch, and that's what I do as my day job. But I've had 3 messages off friends this afternoon saying this is what you're meant to do, or words to that effect, which is very nice because I feel like it is. I feel very at home doing this and bringing Formula One to you guys. So I'm not getting ahead of myself, because I've had instances where we've seen sort of success and then it's sort of gone away. So I'm hoping this is here to stay. First time, but definitely not the last. Appreciate it. Look at Ferrari. What's that on the front wing? It's interesting. They look like stays, don't they? What would be your day job if not this? Just wondering. My day job is being a full-time content creator, Kai, over on Twitch, where I do sim racing. Glad to see. I think have I still got it linked? My day job is that. I'm a content creator. My day job used to be working. I'll say working in engineering is what I used to do. It's the easiest way. I'm not an engineer, but I used to work in engineering. It's the easiest way to say it. Won't disrespect engineers by saying I was, because I wasn't an engineer, but I worked in engineering. Let's say that before I was a content creator. Let's be honest, you know more than me about the sports side of stuff. It's just because I'm a nerd, dude. They are stays, aren't they? They are stays, aren't they? Are they stays? So what we're seeing right now, for those of you who aren't watching, from the front suspension, the most forward suspension arm at the top on the Ferrari, they've got like two stays on each side going down to the front and the back of the end plate. So right across to the wing elements from the nose cone. It's very curious what they've done there. Where in the engineering world did you used to work? Okay, we call them snubbers. So, okay, so I'll be honest. Graduated computer science at uni, and I have worked in, well, like piping piping and structural and civil engineering is what I've worked in. I'm not an engineer. I didn't do any of that engineering, but that's what I used to do. They just look like stays. But are they a thing, Spring? Are they a thing? They have no sensors on them. They've got GoPros on them. They've got GoPros at the top. They've got GoPros at the top pointing down. They are stays. You know, like the stays that are on the back of the floor, or were on the back of the floor, from where the camera elements are on the side of the nose cone, they've got two stays going down towards the front of the... See if Twitter's got it. If anyone can find it on Twitter, get it to me. Ferrari nose stays? I don't even know, because what we'd get there. I'm trying... That is super odd. I've never seen that. Nice, Rodolfo. Nice. Not bad. I love it, to be honest, but I wish I was fun as yours. I mean, look, it doesn't pay well, Kai. Maybe one day. Yeah, maybe checking flexibility of the front wing. I'm trying to get something. Ferrari nose? Ferrari front wing, maybe? I'm trying to see if Twitter's got an... here we go. Images coming up right now. Images right now for you. If anyone... I'm hoping that Spring might have an idea. There you go. How odd is that? How is that? See the GoPros? GoPro either side, and they are 100% stays. Unless, is it possible that they've got some kind of... Do you know what? Question. At the top, where they're connected, where my mouse is there any chance that there is some kind of load cell at work in there? Do you think there's any kind of load cell measuring the load on the end of the wing, but up here? Or is that just an adjustment apparatus there? Do you think there's a load? Maybe? They look like stays. Checking the flex, yeah, they are mounted to the camera pods, indeed, yeah. But could that be a load cell? Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, did Ant Davidson just say the same thing as me? Did he say that? What I just said? So what I mean by load cell, okay. So a load cell in line there would be measuring the sort of lineal force and giving like a numerical value of the load of which is being placed on the end plate. So Spring is saying load cell testing, but that could be done at the factory. I figured that, mate. I figured that. Or maybe they're after correlation, potentially. Do you think? Maybe on that? Maybe. So I won't say anything particularly, but Spring works within Formula One. So that's why I'm literally stopping to read what he's saying. I don't want to say specific, that's up to him to say. But that's why I'm literally stopping and reading, waiting on what he's saying. Can't test the aero load at the factory. Well, correlation. They can test the correlation. It's insane what they can test. I suppose you're sort of right, but secretly Lewis Hamilton. Yeah, secretly Spring is Lewis Hamilton. Ant Davidson semi-mocking Crofty is ideal. I quite like what I'm hearing now. And there we go. There we go. There we go. End of testing. Day 1, Bahrain 2023. What a day it's been, guys. As we see the AlphaTauri chasing the Ferrari there. What a day it's been. Nick de Vries is chasing Charles Leclerc very, very closely. Probably closer than the AlphaTauri bosses would like, just because of, you don't want any issues. But they will have had to get FIA approval for that. I believe as the cameras are usually mounted there to belong to FIA, and so does the footage. Yeah, I agree. I agree. So let's have a little roundup here. End of session. I don't think we're going to see anyone improve. So we'll just say the times. Verstappen first, Alonso second, Sainz and Leclerc third and fourth, Norris in fifth, Hamilton sixth, Albon seventh, Zhou eighth. I think that's my standout thing of the day. Albon in less than ideal conditions in seventh, and Zhou honestly in eighth. Russell ninth, Sargent 10th, backing up what Albon did. Hulkenberg 11th, Bottas 12th, De Vries 13th, Drugovich 14th, Tsunoda 15th, Gasly 16th, Ocon 17th, Piastri 18th, and Magnussen 19th. A staggering solo effort from Verstappen with 157 laps. What a day that's been. I really have to go ASAP because I've got to go and get my daughter because I begged someone to pick her up from school for me. I'm going to be back at around 8:30 a.m. tomorrow, continuing the watch along for day 2 of testing from Bahrain. Thank you so much for joining me, guys. Please do make sure before you leave you're hitting that like button and also subscribe to the channel. Subscribe to the channel if you've enjoyed this content. I will see you tomorrow morning, guys. Thank you so much for joining me. I've appreciated it very, very much. Spring Peak CNC machinist within F1 for 6 years. Thanks a lot for all the lovely comments. Appreciate it, guys. And I'll see you in the morning. I'll be back as soon as I can in the morning. Thanks a lot. See you later, guys. Bye-bye.